Good morning. I'd like to call Committee of the Whole for April 15th, 2025 to order, please. I'm looking at our agenda that we had previously circulated. Anything to add? Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as presented.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. We also pre-circulated our minutes for February 18th COW meeting, and is there any conversation needed to be had around those? Reeve King.
I'd make the motion to accept the minutes of the February 18th COW meeting as presented.
Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. Well, we're moving along right to new business right off the bat. Very exciting. We'll be looking at policy 13-18 land agreements. And I see we have Mr. Conklin here to walk us through this when you're ready.
Thank you very much. So Kneehill County, we utilize these land agreements for a variety of projects, including right-of-way extensions, borrow pits, and back sloping agreements. These support infrastructure development and maintenance. These agreements ensure that landowners are compensated when their land is required or otherwise affected by county projects. So with this current review, there was a few changes that were revisions that we are proposing. Revisions to the land payment. Payments, the way we're proposing it now, would be payments would be based on an average market value per acre of comparable land. That is not including buildings or improvements to that. That's just the bare land. Revisions for the fence replacements. And then crop damage areas will be surveyed to ensure that we're paying the appropriate compensation for that. So financial and staffing implications. Obviously, the land purchases will be an increased cost from what we are currently have in our policy, but this cost will be built into many of those projects, especially the capital projects. So. Yeah, is there any questions on that so far?
Councillor Christie.
Just curious, what kind of acres are we talking about per year? Do you have any idea what kind of average?
Through the chair, just over the last, I think, 3 years, I think we maybe have bought about 2 acres. Just, we haven't had a lot of projects on the go right now that have required it. But as we get into that, I think every other year sort of thing, when we're getting back into these road building projects, we'll be looking into them. Also, if there's any borrow pits that we need for projects and stuff, it's kind of based on projects, so it varies greatly. It's
going to be 10 or less probably. It would never get to 10 average over a long period of time, I would think.
Through the chair, no, I do not believe so, no.
Councillor Penner.
When you talk about market value, is that a province-wide, or how do you come up with that figure?
Through the chair, we will be hiring an appraiser, thank you, to appraise the land and give us that value and meet with the landowners and make sure that we're all on the same page during those meetings and stuff, so.
There was a lot of red on the document, so I was intimidated at first. But it looks pretty straightforward. Are there any other questions? Councillor Penner.
This was concerning the fence, replacing of the fences. In one part of it, it said we would replace it to what was there, and then in section 5, it would be replacing fencing will be at a minimum of 4-wire fence. So if the previous fence was only like a 3-wire fence, are we updating it to a 4-wire fence?
Through the chair, we can, majority of our fences are 4-wire that we've dealt with, but that is definitely something we can look at changing in this policy. I think that is something we missed there where we can revise that so that the standard is a 4-wire.
Okay, and I'm really happy with 4-wire along a road, you know what I
Yeah.
mean, a major road, I'm happy with that. It's just that I think we better make sure it's the same in both.
Yeah,
areas of it.
absolutely, absolutely, we can revise that there.
So what specifically would you revise? Because it sounds to me Councillor Penner was glad to have it the way it is, regardless, so how would we see the revision? Because we want to clarify that if there's a 3, it'd still be 4. The way it's written, it says that, but not clearly. So do we have an idea of how that might look?
I believe the way, through the chair, sorry, I believe the way that we word that would be something along the lines of that we'll replace the fence, current fence, to a minimum of 4 wires and just leave out the part of replacing the fence that is currently there. It just sets our standards that we are replacing guaranteed 4-wire stretch in any part of the fence we affect. And if they have 3 wires after that area that we've affected, then that would be up to the landowner to upgrade that. It would just be a clarification in the writing is all, just to make sure that we're only doing a 4-wire fence in the future.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Zier, sorry.
Thank you for that. Just to add on to what Mr. Conkin said there. So yeah, the intent of that statement there is to ensure if we're taking down a page wire fence, that we're replacing it with a page wire fence. It's more the type of fence that was up there. As you mentioned, the 4-wire is going to be our standard regardless. We don't put up 3 wires going forward. So that was mostly to clarify that we're not going to be replacing a page wire with a barbed wire or vice versa.
So in some weird circumstance, when you have a snow fence, it'll be a snow fence.
Right, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
Any other conversation or questions? We are looking for a motion. If anyone is inclined.
So just for my clarification, we will adjust that wording a little bit to make it read, or are you happy with the way it reads there in 5A? Like, fair enough, it says, you know, we'll replace any fencing removed with a fence of the same type, using new materials at the county's expense. The fence will be placed on the property line, fair enough. Replacement fencing will be at a minimum of 4-wire fencing. Like, is council happy with that wording, or?
No.
It just doesn't read correct for me, sorry. It's correct, but I want to make sure everybody understands what we're saying here, because I do hear if it was page wire, we're going to put page wire back on. You know, but if it's only a three barb, we're going to put 4 barbs on.
So through the chair, that is definitely something we can make revisions to and bring back.
Okay, if you don't mind.
Yep, absolutely.
So would we be looking more for a motion that council recommend bringing revisions for approval to council? Is that more appropriate?
I think so, to bring it back to another, do we need to bring it back to a committee of the whole, or is everybody happy with bringing it back to council?
I think to council's good.
Okay. I would make that motion.
Mr. Zier, did you have something you wanted to add? Nope, that's fine.
Yeah, through the chair, I was just going to clarify that these revisions can be made and brought back to council for a decision there.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, I would make that motion, that the committee of the whole recommend to council to bring a revised version of. Okay, so I'd make that motion that the committee of the whole recommend to council, to bring the revised version of policy 13-18, that is the land agreements, to a future council meeting? I'm not.
Yeah, I'm thinking more we'd like to have it ready to approve at the next council meeting, so would we say,
And we're not, excuse me, sorry.
go ahead.
So we're not actually recommending to council, we're asking administration to bring a revised version so that the committee of the whole request administration bring a revised version of policy 13-18, land agreements to a future council meeting.
Thank you.
You can leave the two in there, Carolyn, to bring. Right there. Yep. So the committee of the whole request administration to bring a revised version of policy 13-, because it's not council bringing it, it's, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. I appreciate that. And that suits you,
Correct,
Councillor
I'm
Peter?
happy with that wording.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, I'll call the question then, that the committee of the whole, request administration to bring a revised version of policy 1318, land agreements, to a future council meeting. All in favor? Carried unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Okay, so now we are looking to have Mr. Conklin again to walk us through policy 1338, brush and tree control road allowances. When you're ready, Mike.
Thank you very much. So Kneehill County's brushing program is carried out during the winter months, focusing on clearing vegetation to improve visibility, maintain road safety, and ensure efficient operation of county infrastructure. Once again, through this review, we had a few revisions that we have pointed out and would like to make. So we updated the policy to purpose to align to the county's strategic initiative and maintaining a high quality of infrastructure. We've added in revisions to attempting to contact landowners affected by brushing prior to work commencing. This was previously always attempted, but never in writing. So this is just making sure that have it all in writing there. Revisions added for burning brush and ash removal. And then revisions added for private land brush removal. And then brushing requests from the public when they will be received, and if approved, they'll be scheduled based on the priority of those concerns. So.
Thank you. Any questions for our presenter? Councillor Penner.
It's big on Mike Day. No, it's not. This is just for my own information. How often do we burn the brush?
So we just started more recently this year. Past years, I think we've done, kind of depending on the brushing size or scale of the brushing project. This year we did about 1.5 miles of dirt road brushing, where instead of mulching it all up, and it's a bit more time consuming, we piled the brush and burnt it, and just then it was dealt with right away, and no mulch to clean up or nothing. So it's kind of depending on the scale of the project and if we have the access to land to burn it as well. Okay. We need to make sure we have the appropriate area to do it.
So then it is a requirement to remove that ash?
To clean up our mess afterwards, yes. And by mess, I mean ash. So we make sure to go in once it's cooled off and clean it up so the land's returned the way that it was there before, so.
Okay. I know in the past in my area, there's been some brushing done of larger birch, poplars or whatever, and it hasn't taken long for people driving by to come and pick up all those pieces, you know what I mean, and then it's gone. So, and I'm all in favor of that organic matter or whatever that's staying in the ditch. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Slows the water down too in some of those ditches, so.
Yeah, through the chair, yes. So some of our other smaller projects, we do buck up the wood and leave it there, and if ratepayers are more than welcome to come take it. It's kind of a first come, first served situation. The burning usually happens on the larger scales where it's not just that odd clump of trees that we're dealing with at an intersection sort of thing. So, but yeah, there's definitely that option to pick that wood up out of the ditch if ratepayers would like it, so.
And so the last point on brushing requests from the public, we're encouraging our ratepayers to call in, correct? Just to, you know, even though it may not get done this year or this season, at least it's identified, because the machinery is so big, and in some areas those headers can't get through, and So we're still encouraging that.
Through the chair, that is correct. Yeah, we really encourage people to call in and let us know where the problem areas are. And as it's stated there, we'll see whether it's a safety concern or just the equipment can't fit through, which is also a concern, but it will be based on that priority. So, and yeah, it might take us a year to get there, but we will make our rounds and try to address it as soon as possible.
Reeve King.
So, Mr. Conkin, my question relates to the follow-up after we've brushed. Do we have a standard policy that we go back and do chemical control of the regrowth in those areas?
Through the chair, so under the policy procedures number 5, it is labeled there that the chemical brush control will be used in the area. So we do currently give a map to our sprayers of where we have brushed, and they do make it out there that following year to go spray that. It's kind of more up to the supervisors to ensure that if they are needing a second spray or anything, that we make sure that we organize that with the ag department there.
Okay, so my understanding is it's pretty much a standard policy is if we've brushed, we're likely going back to do chemical control on the regrowth.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we're also looking for a motion here. Councilor Christie.
I make the motion to recommend to council that the recommended changes to policy 1338, brush and tree control, road allowance to be approved as presented. And I appreciate the brushing that I had got done this winter. It didn't take very long to get it done, and I appreciate that.
Any further discussion? Okay, so we will, I will call the question that Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the recommended changes to policy 1338 brush and tree control road allowance be approved as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Conklin. Okay, now we have our Joint Forces Operations presentation. Deborah Knights and Amber Hay. And when you ladies are ready, we are.
Thank you, Council. Today, it's bringing myself and Peace Officer Amber Hay to present to you the Joint Force Operations update, I guess. So relevant legislation, so as an authorized employer under the Peace Officer Act, we have a memorandum of understanding with the K Division, which is our CMP, to participate in JFOs with other agencies, including our CMP and sheriffs. And then we also have 3 policies in place that the peace officers follow, and that's regarding public safety, use of force and tools, and pursuit and emergency response. Some of the background is that we have a traffic safety plan that we have to actually submit to SolGen every 3 years, I think. And so we do that, and it includes some of the goals that form part of what we do in the community in regards to patrols and enforcement of traffic. The JFO enhances the work by allowing us to collaborate with those partner agencies. And through the JFOs, officers are actually permitted to patrol on those single and double-digit highways during the JFO time on those roadways that fall outside of our standard enforcement authority. So once we're with those RCMP detachments, we can enforce on those areas just during that JFO. And we have in the past done JFOs with different agencies, but they usually invite us to theirs. But Amber is going to talk about how she organized her own and had those agencies come to ours.
Hello. I'm Amber. Yeah, so I've been working on kind of establishing the relationships with a lot of like partner agencies, which is why we're here. So yeah, like Deb said, the JFOs provide like a framework for us to work like multi-agency and really work together to enhance public safety and protection and just provide a really solid service for everyone around. When you do a JFO, there is a actual like JFO plan that is created. Usually if we're invited, we're following a plan that someone else has made. When we plan them, we get to sit down and actually make that JFO plan that everyone is following. So when I did the most recent JFO that I organized, I made sure that it aligned with county's strategic plan, particularly the high quality infrastructure and high service levels, just to provide that to the ratepayers. So yeah, so the JFO that I recently did was April 2nd. We did one at the Scales, Highway 27 and 21, just south of Trochu. And it was specifically for commercial vehicles. So we turned all the lights on, and every commercial vehicle that was driving on 21 or 27 had to come in, get weighed, and make sure that they were legally able to be on the road, basically. Safety check, right? And then because I made it, I was actually able to like pull a bunch of stuff out of that JFO plan to tell you guys. So our desired outcomes that I had came up with for the JFO was just to increase compliance, foster collaboration between ourselves, partner agencies, as well as ratepayers, identify and address common violations so that we kind of knew what to look for and what to expect, especially during road ban season, improve road safety, and build officer confidence. The operational outcomes was an increased level of collaboration between partner agencies, which included the sheriffs, RCMP, and other county officers from Starland, Stettler, and Newell County all came. We definitely helped increase the safety of residents, visitors, and through travelers because we actually removed 2 vehicles completely out of service due to extreme safety violations. One had no functioning front brakes on the steering front axle, and another had a broken safety chain on the trailer. So pretty bad safety violations. We made sure to get those out of service and that they were repaired before they were back out on the road. During that JFO, we had over 300 vehicles that actually came through the scales. So that's 300 commercial vehicles. And of those, only about 15 were actually from within the county. The rest were just people passing through. So it really kind of highlighted just how much traffic we actually get that passes through the county. It was just a really cool stat that I wanted to share. So yeah, that was our most recent JFO. It honestly was super successful and established a lot of really cool relationships. The other most recent one we did was March 21st. We had an RCMP-led JFO called Operation Street Sweep, put on by the Drumheller RCMP. It was aimed at locating individuals with outstanding arrest warrants, conducting compliance checks on previously charged offenders, suppressing criminal activity, and enhancing traffic safety. The Kneehill County Peace Officers supported the operation through traffic enforcement and visible patrol presence in the Drumheller area of our county throughout that time. As a result of the operation, and like this is in totality, this isn't just our contributions, but there was 39 traffic tickets, 9 warnings issued that day, and 6 compliance checks were completed on individuals bound by court-imposed conditions. So like these weren't arrests, they were just making sure that everyone's following basically their court orders. So it was another really cool, really successful day, built up again a lot of that good collaboration and built some really good relationships. Same thing for the JFO that we did in February with RCMP. So that one we did in Torrington, just for that stretch that goes through Torrington. There's a lot of people that don't like going 50 through there, so we were monitoring that for a little bit. And that honestly was also really positive. We had lots of people who lived within the community who came up and talked to us and thanked us for being there. And yeah, that was just really, really cool. Olds has always been really good for that, and they do try and make sure to get out there at least like 2 or 3 times a year so that we can enforce that stretch. Yeah, so then the other thing, I guess, and this isn't a JFO that has happened, this is kind of like future JFOs that I'm working on, is Three Hills RCMP. Sergeant Day just set us up with a liaison officer. His name is Constable Cody Kyle. I've been talking with him and working with him, and we are trying to set up some potential JFOs for this summer. So that'll probably be for like some check stops, some speed stuff, and to try and get us into those areas where we don't usually enforce, and just help them out, and it'll be really cool. And then it sounds like they're gonna get me to plan it, which is also really cool, because that means that we get to put our spin on it and really go after what we as a county care about. So it's really cool when they give us those opportunities to kind of lead them. Yeah. Yeah, so the financial staffing implications?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So any questions on that for Amber, or do you want me to go through the rest of it?
Reeve King?
I don't have so much questions, but I appreciate the report and I love your enthusiasm.
Oh, thank you.
For what you're doing, and so keep up the good work. It is appreciated, the work that you and Ming and Matt are doing, and so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham?
Yeah, so just to echo on that, in rural, we can't be everything to everybody. So I heard the words collaboration and partnership and establishing relationships, and I think that's really what we're all about here. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing, and looks like it was all very successful. And I really like the pictures too, because it's kind of a visual of what was going on. So yeah, thank you very much.
Councillor Christie?
Councillor Forbes isn't here, so on behalf of her, thank you for the higher visibility in Torrington. My other question is, have you seen anything from the new police force that the provincial government has announced that works with the RCMP? That was in the last week or so. They've announced that they're setting up another police force for rural Alberta.
Have you been given any information whatsoever?
I'm just going to say probably more information to come on that. I think for the most part, the sheriffs have been brought in to kind of, they play a higher role in policing than what they have been. And so I think that you're going to see more sheriffs around too. But yeah, I'm just going to say probably more information to come on that for our next update on that.
I was just curious if you had any more information. The media has picked up that it's a separate police force from the sheriff's department, which boggles my mind.
Any other questions? Councillor Penner?
I noticed that Newell County joined you in one of the JFOs, the one that you had organized at 27th. Do you put it out to all the counties to come join, or how does that work? Or
So that JFO that I had planned, Ming and I had just came back from a commercial vehicle course, and we invited everyone that had been on the commercial vehicle course with us. So those were the counties that were able to come. But yeah, I definitely usually will invite any county that I know of and know officers in, and then just whoever can come then comes.
Sure. And really, it's no cost to us. You know what I mean? It's great education for everybody, so it's awesome. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I understand you have some more information to give us, so go ahead, Ms. Knights.
Just talking about the cost, I think the only cost is that I delivered coffees out there and took them out for lunch. So that is the cost, but we do have that under our operational costs as well, just because they are coming and helping us and trying to, make sure that we are building the confidence of our officers as well. So the cost is very minimal, and it is within our budget.
Okay, so it looks like we are ready for contemplating a motion, unless people have more questions or something to offer. Councillor Penner?
I'm sure when our officers go to another county that they give them coffee and donuts and whatever too, so it's such a small reciprocal kind of thing. But I want to thank you, the three, or all of you, for what you do out there, and I'll make the motion that the committee of the whole accepts the information report of the Joint Forces operation as presented.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to also just give you my expression of appreciation. I think the more we work together, the stronger we are, and I think these visible opportunities also make people more accountable when we're not there. And prevention is always actually the cheapest way to go, so I think this has long-lasting effects, and I really appreciate that as well. Having said that, I will call the question that the Committee of Whole accepts the information report on the Joint Force operations as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Thank you, ladies. That was fantastic. Did you have, yeah, they have the next one, right? Yes, so next is our business continuity plan project, and we're gonna go ahead with Ms. Knights again. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. So as part of our, I don't know if we want to go through the presentation, but I'll go through the background. As part of Kneehill County's emergency program, management program, as well as our risk management program, we have updated our business continuity plan for the organization through a collaborative and a comprehensive approach, and we want to tell Council about that. Most of the departments have been involved throughout the entire process. Some have kind of come in and out, just depends on availability and personnel. But the project was initiated during the pandemic, and I guess a little bit before that, because we had a trainer come in and do some business continuity planning like the month before the pandemic. And so that's the review was kind of conducted to ensure that the processes have been captured going forward as part of the recovery. So I will kind of go through the presentation here. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So what is a business continuity plan? So it's a proactive way to ensure critical services proceed during a disruption in the event of a disaster. Emergency management team, they're going to be focusing on the incident and the response and the containment of the disaster and some of those public impacts, whereas a business continuity team is going to focus on how Kneehill County specifically is impacted in regards to the services that we provide. So it's about the business of Kneehill County is what that BCP is. The BCP recovery team also focuses on the recovery of Kneehill County services following that impactful event. Yeah, and that picture there is of Starland County. And so I think we can kind of remember when their office caught fire in there, it definitely impacted the way that they provided services. So the business continuity plan creation, so we started with a draft in 2017 and 18, and that was led by the corporate services team. But we did have a whole bunch of people that were sitting in that room from across all the different departments. In February 2020, we had a business continuity plan training for the management team, and we invited the region as well because we do emergency management as a region, and so we invited those regional partners. In March 2020, we activated our business continuity plan, and we had a whole bunch of critical service reviews that were done by each department due to that pandemic. And so the business of Kneehill County was affected, and so what did we do in that time? And every single department had a service review kind of what they could provide to residents in a different way than normal. So following that, from October 2023 to February 2025, we've had a committee that has not only kind of wrote the plan, but we also had so I did up like a trigger sheet, and then each one of the committee members took on that trigger, such as a tornado or a fire for our Kneehill County building or something like that, like a trigger, or a cyber attack, which is another business continuity issue. And so over 8 meetings, we worked on those triggers, we worked on department plans, and then we've come up with this plan that included everybody's input into making it what it needs to be. And then in March 2025, I presented it to the senior leadership team for final review, and in 2025, we hope to continue doing the training on it. So, and in the green there, we have all the people who have worked on the plan. So we had lots of people that worked on it, and some departments that, like I said, had some input in it as well. So determining our risks are based on likelihood or probability and the impact or severity that that might cause. And so it means that we're identifying any possible gaps, hopefully in advance of that disaster, and how we're going to mitigate it. Each department has created their own servicing plan based on that probability and impact through the risk analysis worksheets, which are part of the plan as a template for any department if they need to redo their risk analysis. So mitigating the risks. So the picture there is the municipal office, I think. That's what the web said, of Slave Lake, from the Slave Lake fires. So mitigating the risk. Within the business continuity plan, Kneehill County services are split into critical, vital, and important. And I'm just gonna say the example is only, it depends what the emergency is, right? So if a cyber attack is much different than a fire at the shop or a fire at the admin building. So, that's where you're gonna rely on those trigger sheets to show where the, who would be critical and vital. But we do know that of course, critical is going to be fire services and water in those instances, but under a cyber attack, it would be something that's going to be different, right? It's going to be more administrative. And then the department plans may include, so they list the personnel, they may list contractors that we can hire to come in and provide the service on an interim basis. Critical infrastructure would be identified, supply management systems, IT assets and hardware, data centers, process for communications internally and externally, and critical dependency on other agencies, or if other agencies depend on us. And that example kind of during the pandemic, a lot of our services go through Kneehill Regional FCSS for our ratepayers. And so there was a dependency on them for some customer service, so that who is staying open kind of thing, and how are we going to provide that service during the pandemic? And so just trying to help some of those other agencies. So business continuity plan phases. And so in the plan, we have it broken down into 3 phases, which is activation. And so there's some appendixes that go with the activation, which includes deployment team, a delegation, and some trigger sheets, just for some basic starting points. Phase 2 is an alternate location, and this is kind of like in the old plan, an alternate location, but some of it can be done now from home, right? And we've learned that over those years. And then phase 3 is deactivation and recovery. And again, we have some of that in those trigger sheets that would get us started on a recovery plan for Kneehill County services. And so this is just general incident command system. So this is emergency management. So under emergency management, we have an incident commander. So this is for, I'm just gonna go with an emergency management event. So that would be like a train derailment, for instance. This is what this is going to be used for. So we'll have a safety officer and a liaison officer. So safety is obviously the safety of the responders, including some messaging about public evacuations maybe. The liaison officer is liaising with other municipalities or other agencies, and that might be one of the affected we're just going to like go with like a church. We might liaison with the church. Information officer, of course, that's external communication. Operations section chief, a lot of times this is going to be a fire chief that's going to be on scene or a deputy fire chief, and then they're going to report to the incident commander, who is the fire chief usually on a site. But it also could be an incident commander as in like Dan or myself. So the operations, that's the section that is the doers during an emergency response. So that's going to be fire suppression and search and rescue. Planning is going to be talking about an evacuation plan and how to mobilize and demobilize equipment and resources. Logistics is going to reorder the resources and set up facilities. And finance is going to track the costs. So this is all emergency management. So this example, it shows emergency management on the left-hand side, but it also shows the link directly to, and you'll see a BCP lead. So in there is kind of where Kneehill County fits. So let's say this is, I just use the example of a hamlet tornado. Is there going to be some Kneehill County business services that we provide that are going to be impacted? Probably, right? So we're going to have some impacts on our landfills. We're going to have some impacts to those residents. Maybe it's during tax time. Are we going to continue giving them a tax notice at that point if they had impacts? So that's kind of all what business continuity planning is about, and that where it fits in the emergency management / business continuity kind of plan. So it's a bit of a complicated system, and I'm going to caveat that these can always decrease and increase in size. It just depends what that impact is and how we're going to set up. But that's kind of what, that's kind of what an example of what we might put out during an event like that, and where the business continuity plan fits in that organizational structure. And that's it.
Very informative, thank you. I was fast to notice that council and council members are never mentioned in any of this piece, and I think there's really good reason to it, but I was just wondering if maybe we might like to have a leadership team person. I just explained that clearly as to why it's that way. Go ahead, Mr. Cannon.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Roles and responsibilities when you go to an emergency is very important, talking about hierarchical systems and roles and actions. And as the manager pointed out, through the emergency management system, there's a direct correlation to responsibility of council and their decisions that are made, providing authority to the emergency management team. So there are documents, there's ways of articulating that. For the BCP, there's always conversations that happen downstream, and we have our own governance system, should it be required, for the CAO to have further conversations on council's needs and requirements on how we action some of the items within the BCP. I want to make it very clear that this team worked incredibly hard on this process to really take lessons learned. That's one thing from emergency management that is incredibly important. If you saw through her report, she had pictures of individual counties that have, or organizations that have experienced emergencies. So taking those learnings and incorporating it into a design of understanding. The ICS system is a structured system that has a great amount of success. Its partner in the States has the same system, basically. And how that is designed specifically for roles, responsibilities, processes, paperwork is incredibly important. So when council fits in on the top, they have the authority to do their job. They can get that work done to ensure what authorization council has provided financially, understanding the emergency is being managed. They have a lot more say, usually through the CAO aspect, through the BCP. So those are where the shift and differences are, but there is an incredible important role for council. It's just legislated on the design through the emergency management system, and the same through the MGA, through how we manage our normal work and our processes of governance. I hope that answered the question for you.
Thank you. Ms. Knights?
If council was a box on here, it would have a direct line to that ECC director. So you're going to be talking to that ECC director because it's the CAO and the DEM, right? So that's kind of where because council will want to be involved because you're going to want to relay information to your ratepayers because you're going to get lots of questions. And so where you get your information from is going to be directly with that ECC director.
Fantastic. Councillor Christie?
Just a comment, Community Futures a little more than a year ago started looking at basically a parachute team that would come into an office that was devastated by fire or weather or whatever. Coincidentally, the lead that was really pushing this was from Jasper. So it somewhat got put on hold after that disaster because she was somewhat consumed with what she had to deal with. So there's something coming from Community Futures, not for the actual disaster, but for recovery after, to help with financing and that kind of stuff, for business recovery, management and stuff after the disaster. But like I say, a year ago we thought this would happen quickly. It got slowed down because of an emergency. So I don't know where it's at now, but it's something I want to follow up on.
That's a good example of how emergencies impact business. Thank you. Councillor Penner?
Just back to your communication where council would sit here, we had that situation with the train derailment in the hamlet of Swallow, and it was so true that the residents wanted to know what's going on, so they're contacting us as council, and it worked really well, you know, going through pretty much this, through the CAO and everything else, and the Reeve was our spokesperson when the time came, so yep, I like what I see. Thank you.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to bring up some experiences from Wood Buffalo. I was there through the event as I was working for the municipality in Wood Buffalo at that time. There are strategic ways that council can help with those messaging, and they do use that through the ICS process as well, through the information communication, how you relay that information to ensure the messages aren't inconsistent. Because that inconsistency in messaging between your elected officials and that emergency can actually cause an emergency within an emergency or cause other issues and concerns. So there is a close marriage of information. I want to understand is that ICS principles work on the next operational period. So some of those things that you get are a little bit different from what you may be used to. It's on the planning aspect, it's about moving, it's about managing the emergency, and the same plays for business continuity. We handle the things at hand, but there's a lot of planning of really trying to look ahead as well. So recovery is definitely an important portion. As far as agencies coming in, we had tons of agencies coming in. So managing those agencies that are coming in, trying to support, making sure people aren't self-deploying, this is a lot of work for this team. And I can tell you this is probably one of the best trained teams for a municipality this size that I've had the pleasure of working with, that have a lot of training, a lot of expertise, and emergency management does not sit on the side of the desk. A lot of communities, unfortunately, it's treated as a secondary role. I'm sure my manager wouldn't even allow me to give that form of direction. She is so passionate about this world. So I'm very happy that council and the community has this form of resource and expertise there.
Thank you. I agree. I think we are very fortunate to have the team we have, and our lead, Ms. Knights, has been remarkable in many dynamics of her job. So thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Penner?
Not necessarily a question, but it's so important when it comes to communication, when there is an incident, that that communication is right up to date, because as a councillor, you hear, well, we're allowed back into town, and you have to say, I'm sorry, you're not yet, because we haven't got that direction. So it's also very important on the administration side or whatever to make sure it's right up to date. That's like a full-time job for somebody, is that communication job, so, yeah.
Anything else? Great topic. I really appreciated the information. It just brings clarity, and also brings clarity the fact that you guys have a lot of work that you do, a lot of work. And I think we can't emphasize that enough. We're looking for a motion here. Reeve King.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that. It's always nice to know that we're planning for a disaster before that disaster happens. And it's interesting to note that you started during the pandemic, which created all sorts of confusion and difficulties for all of us. And so appreciate the work that's there. And I'm going to make the motion that the Committee of the Whole accept the business continuity plan information as presented.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, it's an amazing, in-depth, detailed project, it looks like. So, so everyone ready to vote that we accept the business continuity plan as presented? All those in favor? Thank you. Great. So we are coming up to a couple things in the agenda that are kind of related. So I was going to call a break before we get into that so we can keep the continuity of the next two agenda items. So we will be back in 15 minutes, well, 14 minutes, I guess we could say, which, I'm sorry, I can't calculate today. 9:35. 9:35. Thank you, Reeve. Well, welcome back. We're going to get back to our agenda under new business 2.5, procedural bylaw amendments. And we have our wonderful Carolyn Vandekool presenting. Thank you.
Why, thank you. So we have in front of us today a copy of our current procedural bylaw with amendments. We're bringing this bylaw forward today because of the changes that were introduced in Bill 20 back in October 31st, 2024. The two main changes that affect our procedural bylaw because of Bill 20 include virtual attendance at public hearings. In the MGA, it states that every council must allow for public hearing to be conducted by electronic means. To align with this mandate, we have proposed changes to our procedural bylaw. These changes have been reviewed in collaboration with our IT department to assess technology capabilities and with the planning department. We have 2 public hearings scheduled for May 13th, 2025, and we'll be advertising and conducting those hearings to be in compliance with the new MGA regulations. The second change that are bringing forward because of Bill 20 is the management of council members' conflict of interest. The remaining amendments were made as part of a general review to improve clarity, ensure alignment with best practices. That said, administration recognizes that this is ultimately council's document. These changes were developed after reviewing procedural bylaws from other municipalities and examining how they are addressing similar provincial changes. I'd also like to note that I anticipate that this document will also be revisited multiple times in the near future, as we are expected to learn more about Bill 50 later on today and reviewing our governance model document. Also on your desks, I put on new municipal government acts that are up to date with the Bill 20 changes and removed your old ones. So I'd suggest that we go through this document page by page and look at the changes as we go along, or does council just want to ask questions about it?
What would council prefer? I think we can just go from one red spot to the next red spot.
Perfect. We can do that.
Thank you. I
So-
really appreciate the red document, the
Oh,
red print
perfect.
document. Thank you.
Yes. So on page number 2, we'll start first with the definitions. And I removed electronic or other communication facilities from the document and put in electronic means, which is the exact definition from the Municipal Government Act. So electronic means an electronic or telephonic communication method that enables all persons attending a meeting to hear and communicate with each other during the course of the meeting. So, go ahead.
Go ahead. Read.
So I just had a question. You said that we've had a conversation with our audiovisual guru.
Yes.
And so it's always been my understanding, like, conversation in this room being broadcast by a phone is very difficult. Is there a solution to that or not?
So
Like if
first
so-
of all, I always get this confused as well. So conducting a meeting by electronic means, you have to ensure that the people on both ends can communicate and see what's going on or hear. So telephonic is also another way of communication. But also live broadcasting, live streaming is different. It's a one-way communication. We're communicating out. Nobody can. So live streaming and holding a meeting by electronic means are 2 different things. But back to your question, so telephonic, it's not a recommended way of doing it, but I think it could be done if we were in a jam, like if we really needed to. But it's not how we prefer to do things, because by electronic is much easier.
Okay,
Does
so
that answer your question?
yes and no.
Okay.
So you said in the act, it actually says it's electronic or telephonic.
Correct. Correct, yes. It has to be able that the 2 groups are be able to communicate and understand and hear the words that are being spoken.
Because we've had in the room that little microphone or whatever that's sat there
Yes,
for people to here over the phone, but
Yes.
doesn't really work that well. So if we were gonna offer the opportunity to phone in, you know, call a friend or whatever.
Yeah.
We probably would have to upgrade our technology quite a bit.
Well, that wouldn't be our first option. Like, well, if you go on into the document, it states that it's through
Streaming video,
streaming, yeah.
Yeah.
And that probably telephone would be our last resort. And would be more like if there was no internet connection, like if there was a disaster and there was no internet connection, then we could all communicate together if we needed a council meeting.
Council Penner.
Well, and I know what Reeve King is saying, because during the pandemic, whatever, I have pathetic internet.
Yeah.
And so I had to phone in a couple of times, and you can't hear, you know what I mean? So I know exactly what he's saying, but if
Yeah.
it says in here that that is the last, right, you know, option that we would prefer,
Yeah.
I guess we're covering ourselves, but I mean, down the road, I think it's something that we should look into, because we never know when the disaster or an opportunity like this, like that could happen again.
Yes.
And I know it's not the council's fault that I have pathetic internet, but it happens. You know?
No, we will make sure that we have that available in case of an emergency, that we need to have that.
Okay. And I'm sure it's on the back of our IT department, like, because they had to deal with a lot of that stuff going through the pandemic and whatnot else, so.
Yeah, but that was the definition that is from the Municipal Government Act. So it was basically that, making sure that connections can hear and understand what people are saying.
Great, thank you. Well, here's some more definitions.
I just turned myself off. Okay, so group in a public hearing. So we didn't have this definition in our previous version, and this kind of came up in one of the past public hearings that we had. People were wanting to know what the definition was. So I created the definition. A group in a public hearing refers to two or more individuals representing a shared position, interest, or organization on a matter before council. Groups may include community organizations, associations, businesses, or individuals who have coordinated their presentation to provide a collective viewpoint. The next definition is, and I'm open for suggestions on this one. I said large public hearing at first, but then I changed it to significant public hearing. So, which refers to a hearing of heightened public interest where attendance is expected to reach or surpass the capacity of council chambers. We've put this in our bylaw, a procedure for a significant public hearing, so both administration and council know what to do when we have a contentious planning issue, with the added regulation from the province that we have to allow public participation through electronic means. So if we have a large one like we did last year and we have to hold it by electronic means, then we should have some contingency in place so we know what to do in that case.
Okay. Are we good with the definition?
Are we good with the wording?
Reeve King, go ahead.
No, I think I'm good with the wording.
Yeah.
My question relates to, and maybe I should hold the question, but it relates to process.
Okay.
And so we don't just do public hearings around land use planning. We do public hearings around bylaws and other things. So my question relates to why, and this is public hearing, page 25 of the actual revised document, where it says that if they plan to come, like I say, I'm not sure, I should maybe have waited, but since we're talking about that significant hearing that we had, why, if they plan to participate through electronic means, is it planning that they contact? So let's say we're having a bylaw that we're having a public hearing for, and there's significant interest in that. Is it always going to be the planning department that people contact? in order to get access to that meeting via electronic means? Page 2544, 1 and 2.
It's like right here. So how we have it in our public, probably 98% of our hearings, public hearings are from the planning department. I think the only one that you would have that wasn't a planning document would be our advertising bylaw that I think you have to
So
have a
I'm in
public hearing.
section 44, where attending a public hearing through electronic means, sorry,
Oh, okay,
right there, 1 and 2.
yeah.
I guess I'm just wondering, should we just say it needs to be by calling X rather than the planning department? And I recognize the majority of our significant public hearings are going to be probably planning-related issues. But is that, do we actually want to say in our document that that's the place that they would contact if we were doing a bylaw of contention, such as our municipal development plan or something like that, where we had a big...
That would be from the planning department.
So I see your point though,
Yeah.
because we're making wording that's isolating us to that, to no
Planning
longer having
department.
that option. Would just simply call the Kneehill County office, and then the office
Sure.
addresses it to the person
Yeah.
they want? Does that suit what you were thinking?
Yeah, well, I just, when I read through that, and I'm thinking about public hearings, we don't just do public hearings related to planning. And so there may be situations where we're doing a contentious bylaw of some sort that has absolutely nothing to do with planning. Do we want to drag planning into that process when it really should be somebody else who's dealing with it?
Does that work?
I just think that the majority, what would be an example of that wouldn't be from the planning department, a public hearing? The only one I can think of would be an advertising bylaw that you have to have a public hearing for, but
But I also think that we never
That
know
would
what
come-
changes come down the pipe, so then our vocabulary covers everything that might come down the pipe as well.
yeah, well, we can change it to the Kneehill County office.
I prefer that myself. What do you think, Grieve?
I'm raising the question, and if you convince me that planning is the place that we always should be contacting, then I would go with it. But I'm not sure that that's, like I say, I'm not sure that that wording was correct. And I know I jumped ahead on you, but
Well, that's fine.
Mr. Gannon, did you want to add your thoughts?
Through the chair, I think that the change that is recommended basically does both purposes. Should there be a change in the future, it's just our communication protocol on the actual item, on who would be procedurally doing that in the background. And I think we can handle that administratively through them calling to the office and being redirected to the appropriate personnel.
Thank you.
sorry.
No, that's fine. Very good. So we're good there, everyone? Okay, we will get back to, we're on page 3. I don't think we have anything on page 4. So if you want to take us all the way to the red discussion pieces on page 5.
Sure. Oh, going back. So the next,
Sorry, can I just jump in
sure.
through the
Sure,
chair? Sorry.
absolutely.
When it comes to in order here, should this be under P, like public hearing hyphen group, public hearing hyphen significant? Just so that it's, you got them all in alphabetical order in the definitions here?
Oh, did I not put it in order?
Well, it is, you have it under G.
Oh, you know why?
And then
Because I had
S.
it as large public hearing when I created it, and it wasn't, yeah, I can change it, make sure it's alphabetical,
So,
yes.
but I think it's very important that
Yeah.
they're both together somewhere.
yeah.
And in order to do that, I'm just wondering if we put it under P for public hearing.
Okay.
That,
Sure,
if that's okay with everybody?
I like it.
yeah.
So you're suggesting like public hearing hyphen group, public hearing hyphen significant.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
All right, so next page is the, Reeve. So I have removed, under the Reeves role, with the permission of council, may invite persons forward from the audience to speak if it is deemed to be within the best interest of the issue being discussed. This was a contentious issue during one of our public hearings last year, and legal advised us not to allow at a public hearing. There could be better wording that this could happen during a regular council meeting, but not at a public hearing.
I believe it shouldn't happen at any meeting if it's not on the agenda. That's my opinion. What does the rest of council think?
Well, it's been removed, so.
Well, we can say yes or no. Reeve King,
We do have a delegation process,
yeah.
so.
Yep, we're happy with that removal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then just reviewing other procedural bylaws from other municipalities, they actually have a provision in there for acting chair, and we actually didn't have one. So I just worded it in here. So I think it never, ever happens here because we have such a great Reeve and Deputy Reeve who are always present. And how
Maybe
we,
next meeting we're gonna be absent.
yeah.
We'll plan a holiday at the same time.
You can't.
Okay.
But how we've done it in the past is that you usually, if you knew both of you were not going to be attending, you'd have a motion at the previous council meeting to allow somebody else to chair. And this basically states that in 1B, that you can, if required, a resolution of members in attendance can vote who the next chair for the next meeting could be.
I think that's wise. There can be unexpected things happen.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, so next one is regular meetings of council. So I've changed, amended, for better clarity on how many dates of the regular council meetings are set. So the regular meetings of council are established at the organizational meeting that follow the criteria that they will be held on the second and fourth Tuesday. And if that date falls on a holiday, the meeting will be the next day. This is how the process is right now. If you guys are okay with that
okay.
wording.
Yep.
And actually reading through the Municipal Government Act, I didn't actually realize this was a thing, but all councillors must be present when establishing the dates and times of regular council meetings.
Okay, so
I
we
see
don't
that
have
Reeve
the
is
full.
looking up section 193.
I was.
So what you're saying, we have to have all seven
Yeah.
present, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay,
So I guess at an organizational meeting, if someone was not present, we would have to wait to the next council meeting to make our meeting dates.
that's something to remember for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So we're ready to keep moving? Yep. Thanks.
okay, special council meetings, I just changed the wording to coincide with the MGA, that they're special council meetings. They're just not special meetings, but they're special council meetings.
Thank you.
And then organizational meetings. I just changed the format a little, just to make more clarity. So changed 2 weeks to 14 days to match the MGA. What else did I do? Move to 14.
Go ahead, Council Penner.
So I have a little, I don't know, issue here with the organizational meeting and with the previous comment we made on setting the dates
Yeah,
of regular meetings. So as an elected, to sit in this chair, you need to be at the organizational meeting. Right? But the previous one, we said about the meeting dates, all councillors must be present when establishing the dates and times of regular council meetings. So we're doing that at the organizational meeting, which we need to be here as the elected officials. So,
I guess it's in the incident if suddenly someone was sick or injured and couldn't make that organizational meeting, we have to wait then until they're all here.
so when the organizational meeting, like, should the organizational meeting then be postponed, is what I'm trying to say, because how does that person, able to say they want to, be on a board, a certain board and
Okay.
whatnot else?
So you're saying, Council Prenner, a council member has to be at the organizational meeting?
Correct.
Where does it state that you have to be at the?
No, but shouldn't you have to be? Like, I'm just saying.
Well, I can see your first one because you're getting sworn in, but after you've been sworn in for that 4 years, like if you missed the second one, I don't know if you,
Okay.
I don't know in the MG that it states that you can't miss it after you've been sworn in, so
Okay.
I'll have to look into that.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
sure, you know? I'm not sure why you, other than a very unforeseen circumstance, I guess.
Yeah.
So we gotta cover if that should happen, I guess, so yeah.
Yeah,
If you don't
'cause,
mind.
like, I mean, if a council member kept on missing an organizational meeting and then you had to re-hold it, like, I don't know. I don't think that there is anything in the MG that would state that you would have to.
Interesting thought.
Yeah.
So the entire section of 10 is because that's how the wording is in the MGA, right?
Not just the wording of the MJ, this is just how it just makes the flow just goes a little bit better, and
Okay.
This is actually what we do at an organizational meeting.
Great.
So it goes the process of what we do, and then how the agenda will be set, and how things are done.
Okay. Any other questions? That's a lot of red for us to be so quick on.
Yeah, I kind of just deleted everything, and like, things are moved around, but just to make better order.
Yep, I appreciate that. We're good.
And I just wanted to note that I changed, where is it? Deleted something. Oh yeah, F, councils hold office from the beginning of the organizational meeting following the general election until immediately before the beginning of the organization meeting following the next general election in accordance with the MGA. And I just, I deleted it as it's kind of, you really don't need it in there because you all know that you're elected for 4 years, and it's in the Local Elections Authority Act that you're there for 4 years. I don't know.
Sure, so it'd be just redundant, is
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Exactly,
Okay.
yes.
Is everyone comfortable with that? Okay, great.
Number 12, delegation, council meetings. I just amended the date to coincide with when administration has to get their reports done. So it's 19 days prior to the meeting date.
Great.
Just gives us a little more time to get everything done.
Okay.
Number 14, changed the title from meeting through electronic communications to meetings with by electronic means to coincide with the definition we created at the beginning. Point number 1, amended that council may conduct any council or committee meeting by electronic means. Yeah, just a second. I think I made an oopsie here. Yeah, so point number 1 should say, council may conduct any council meeting or committee meeting through electronic means. So the
Okay.
committee of the whole should be removed. And this, because this will allow council to attend any meeting electronically. So you, MPC, because do you guys allow electronic attendance at MPC, correct? Yeah, so this just allows, by removing of the whole, it means that any committee meeting you can attend electronically.
Number 2 is interesting, that we shall conduct the public hearings through electronic means.
We must. Yeah. Shall and must, yeah.
Any other
So-
thoughts on this page?
Yeah, the new wording allows any council member to attend by electronic means, allows the public to attend by electronic means for public hearing. Council members can attend closed sessions by electronic means for council and committee meetings. However, council members cannot attend closed session by electronic means during a public hearing. Only members who are present in the building can attend the closed session. That is just due to all the IT capabilities, like, it's hard to, if you have a whole bunch of public hearing people, guests, and trying to go into closed session with the council members who are also attending that meeting is a little bit difficult, so that's why we've, in discussion with IT, that we're not gonna allow closed session in a public hearing for council members to attend by electronic means. Does that, okay. Council will have the ability to allow one more person to attend by electronic means. Not just one more. The council will have the ability to allow guests to attend by electronic means to a closed session meeting. So if you had an assessor or somebody, they can attend by, if you allow that.
So I have a question, and I don't know if it's appropriate timing or not. There has been times in other situations where we're in a closed meeting electronically. This is a committee that I was on. I didn't trust the electronic means of attendance. We haven't, do we have a policy, if that were the case, what do we do then as a council?
I believe there's something in here where it says the reeve can, if they feel,
Yes.
number 14, is
If
it?
it's not secure,
The chair has the authority to end a member's use of
Oh, yep.
electronic participation.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've changed this one, because before it said to count through council resolution. But if there was a person causing a ruckus in council meeting, the chair has the ability to remove that person without the vote of council. So what's the difference if they're causing
Right.
a problem in a electronic means?
Thank you.
Oh, and then I added 17, in the case of emergency, public health or disaster event. It should be, in the case of an emergency, comma, public health or disaster event.
Okay, so we whipped through number 14. Anyone have any comments or concerns there? Nope, great. On to number 15. Oh, just,
Number 15. So it was a very long title, and I just changed it to recording and live streaming meetings.
great.
And added, the official record of meetings shall be written, approved minutes as required by the Municipal Government Act, regardless if the meeting is recorded or live streamed, which is where, oh, yeah, number 5 here. And then just change the, kind of the wording, so the technical difficulties is just, D here is now number 4 here.
Okay.
And there's the wording change there. Are we good with that? Any questions?
Good to move forward? Great.
And number 19, emergent business, I just changed county manager to chief administrative
I
officer.
really appreciate that.
Yeah. And then going to number 23, proceedings. I move this to section 41, pecuniary interest, and yeah, that one was changed to move to section 41, and we'll get to that soon. And number 7, recording of motions, moved to section 39, and recorded vote moved to section 39. Or, sorry, section 40. So voting and recorded votes. Added new, votes are taken as follows. So this is how we do the process, but it's just kind of written down. And amended number 3, each member present at a meeting shall vote on every motion unless the member is required or permitted to abstain from voting on the matter in accordance with section 183(1) of the MGA. That just that new conflict of interest from the new Bill 20.
Okay.
New, added both pecuniary interest, oh, that's section number 41, sorry. Anything new here? Any questions on voting and recorded votes? Recorded vote also has how the votes are going to be taken when you do recorded vote, which was silent before. So the chair calls the question on the motion, and the chair calls for those in favor of the motion and asks for a show of hands, and then who are opposed, and show of hands. So section 41, voting, pecuniary interest, and conflict of interest. So we've just changed the wording and added the conflict of interest along with the pecuniary interest. And then kind of the process of how the minutes should look when a counselor does have a pecuniary interest or conflict of interest. And then we're in the public hearing section. There's a lot of changes here, so we'll maybe go line by line. Advertising the public hearings. Public hearings will be advertised in accordance with the MGA and Kneehill County's bylaws, policies, and procedures. Public hearing advertisings must include a deadline for submitting written submissions. And they will be included in the agenda and provided to council as part of the public hearing, and a deadline for registering to participate in the public hearing, which is new, and a link to our website outlining the process, providing written submissions, and for registering to participate in the public hearing through electronic means. So we'll have on our website who to contact, and that person will, and then the process will be on our website, the whole process. So written submissions, nothing's changed there, but section 44 is new, attending public hearings through electronic means. So it just gives an outline and a procedure for the participants to follow when attending. Did you want me to go over this whole new section for the process?
I don't think so.
Okay. So in order to participate in a public hearing through electronic means, registration must be completed by calling, and like we said, we'll just say Kneehill County office, to get on the presenter list by 4:30, 2 business days prior to the scheduled public hearing date. The planning department will then provide instructions on how to access the public hearing using the email address provided to the, we'll change that to the Kneehill County office, within 24 hours of the meeting date. Kneehill County will not accept electronic registrations received after the advertised registration deadline to participate in the public hearing. So that means if they want to participate, they'll have to write a written or submission or attend in person.
Perfect.
Individuals or groups who have registered to participate in the public hearing through electronic means will only be accepted into the meeting if the participant name matches the name indicated on the presenter list and the participant email address matches the email address indicated on the presenter list. Because when you do it electronically, when you forward a meeting invite, that person has the ability to forward that meeting invite on to a whole bunch of other people. And if they're not registered to speak, then we don't know who's all out there to speak. So they have to be registered.
Thanks for the clarity. Reeve King.
So the question I have when I read this, it appears that the electronic registration of participants in a public hearing is only addressing those who want to speak at the public hearing. What if I just want to attend the public hearing electronically and not physically be present?
Then we would suggest that you just don't watch the live stream.
Okay. But isn't that what these people are doing as well? They just are now registered to speak at some point in time?
So they're on a register, that's why you need to be registered. So you as the chair will know on the speaker list who will be.
But if I'm just a person in the general public and I'm reading this,
Right.
and it almost implies that for me to watch the live stream, in a public hearing, I have to be registered.
Okay, no, we can change that. We can add some.
I don't know.
Yeah,
To me, the wording is just not clear.
no, we can
Like,
add,
Maybe we just need
yeah,
a note that
Yeah.
says anyone can attend a public hearing by watching the live stream.
yeah,
And then if they want to participate and present at the public hearing, then they need to register.
yeah, we can do that.
Because if I'm looking to participate just electronically, and I read this as it reads right now, it almost sounds like I have to register.
Sure, yeah,
Whereas if we clarify that and say anyone can watch the live stream,
sure, yeah,
and then if you want to participate or present, then you,
yeah.
I like that.
I like it.
Counselor Penner?
So should that be the number one bullet? All public hearings will be live streamed. If you choose to participate, you know, the following apply, whatever. I'm not sure the exact wording, but maybe that should be the first one to make it very clear that public hearings are live.
Yeah, and I'm sure when people are wanting to speak to a public hearing, they're not going to go through our procedural bylaw. So we'll make sure that the instructions that we have on our website are written for the public, in public words.
But if it's in our
It's easy to
procedural
understand.
bylaw,
Yeah.
then
Yes.
that's just,
It helps.
It
Yeah.
does.
okay, sorry.
No, good question. So no unregistered participants will be permitted into the electronic meeting for a public hearing. So in our Teams meetings, we usually have to, you can set it up where you can see who's waiting in the waiting room, and then you can let those people in. So we have the ability to let those people in if they're on the registers list. The camera and microphone of participants through electronic means are to remain off and muted except when it's their turn to address council. The chair may order the immediate removal of electronic participant that continuously disruptive to the public hearing, present in an inappropriate manner on camera, or uses inappropriate language.
Yeah, that's excellent.
So, and then just attending a public hearing in person, just made it individuals and groups.
So section 47 is new, correct?
Yes, that's that large or significant public hearings.
Right.
I don't know if we want to change that name. Are you good with those, that significant public hearing?
Well, I do worry about the word, but I don't have a suggestion. I
Yeah.
feel like we're saying the other ones aren't significant. And
Right.
for that person, they're always significant.
That so large might be better?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Does council have any suggestions on vocabulary? Yeah. Reeve King.
So, in section 46, it says, "Public hearings shall be held during regular or special council meetings."
Yes.
And I'm wondering if we could just phrase this to say, "A public hearing that's anticipated to exceed the capacity of council may be held as a special council meeting."
Okay, oh, that's good, I like that.
And so, in the case of the land use or the municipal development plan, in my mind, that meeting would have been better served to have been completely on its own.
Yeah.
And then we're not struggling with timelines and all the other business that's in that agenda. So,
Can I put that in under significant public hearing?
yeah,
Okay,
just to me that then, because we already have the ability to designate a special council meeting for that, when we're looking at a situation like that, in my mind, we would have been better served to have had that as a singular
Yep.
event
Yep.
that day,
okay,
and just had a special council meeting for that very purpose.
I agree.
And so, by using that type of wording where we are anticipating to exceed the capacity of the council chambers, then we would schedule a special council meeting to hold that.
Yeah, I like that.
And then that way, then all the other things, you know, we're anticipating more than 46 people are gonna attend. Well, there are a number of those where that's gonna happen. So, I don't know. I don't know if that helps or clarifies or, Mr. Gannon?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. One question I have for council on this item specifically as we talk about my area of responsibility planning. Sometimes that is just having a magic ball of really deciding of when it's going to be significant or other. Do you want to put another provision or opportunity in here that says council may postpone the meeting due to an inability to effectively manage it due to the participation level? Because sometimes it's hard to calculate on the level of intent of people wanting to come, and you have a lot of people that sign up last second or come to the meeting. And if you've already looked at that participation list and it goes larger than what your seating capacity is, do you want to have a tool in there that says that you have the ability to postpone such meeting in order to make the proper arrangements to accommodate proper participation?
Wow. No. It's my first thought, but go ahead, Reeve King.
I think I agree. I'd rather anticipate in advance than try to react. And so I think hopefully we're reasonably aware of what might be contentious items that are going to be in a public hearing and have the ability to predict, might not be the correct word, anticipate that it could be a significant attendance. And so if we schedule a special meeting for it and set that date and 10 people arrive, so what, right? But if we schedule it and there's 150 people, then we know that we have plenty of time to deal with it. Like, to me, sometimes we get hung up with public hearings and delegation stuff that interferes with that day-to-day business of council. So my thought when I was reading through this was that if we had one that we were convinced and anticipated, like that municipal development plan, was going to be a significant meeting, and we're planning to move, which we already were, then we would have been better served to say, okay, we're going to hold a special council meeting to deal with that one item. And special council meetings generally are a single item agenda. And so to me, that suits the purpose of what we're trying to do here. And so, you know, we're going to review our land use bylaw, right? To make it align with our municipal development plan. My anticipation is at the end of that, we might have a significant number of people who want to comment. To me, we have a special council meeting, we hold it for that single purpose. If it takes 2 hours, fine and dandy. If it takes 5 hours, fine and dandy. If it takes an hour, fine and dandy. But then at least the other business of council that takes place in a normal meeting is not being impacted. Like we didn't do justice that day to the rest of the package because of that. So that's just my thought.
Anyone else want to say anything about that? No? So then what I'm hearing is instead of saying significant public hearing, we would say public hearing by special meeting as a separate heading.
Ooh, I like that. Special council meeting. Yeah.
A special council meeting, public hearing is defined as one where we anticipate.
Yep,
Right.
perfect. And then there was another change under the public hearing agenda. I changed to public hearing package.
So before you go past that, you're going to go back then to the definitions.
Okay, you want me to go
Right.
back to the definitions? Come on.
Where we would change that significant public hearing definition to whatever the new words are we're using. So that's page 3, right?
Yeah, so here,
Yeah, that one we would change to public hearing by special council meeting or whatever.
yeah. But the definition would still be the same, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Just the name is changed.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Just
But
wanna-
did you still want it grouped under public hearing?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, are we good with 47? We can move on to 48? Okay, good. Go ahead.
So the public hearing package will be presented, or will be prepared containing more comprehensive information than the council agenda package. The public hearing package will be forwarded to council before the public hearing in order for council to have enough time to review all submissions before the hearing. And B, we used to always make copies for the public, but when you get to those contentious public hearings where you have 1,000 pages, it was really hard to make so we're gonna have them available on our website for the public to download. And then I was also thinking that maybe we could have our procedures written on a sheet and with the barcode or the SKU, or what are those, QR code, and then they can just go right to the public hearing package
Nice.
if they don't know where to find it on our website, so it will be right
Yep.
there.
I like anything that makes things easier. That's
Yeah.
great.
And then presenting to council, I've changed this title to presenting in person and through electronic means at the public hearing. So having, so it's addressing both of them. It's the same process for presenting.
Before you go away from that one,
Yeah.
can we have a qualifying statement at the start of that, which says, basically, if you've presented an opinion in writing,
Yes,
a presentation verbally to the public hearing has to be different
yeah. It is
than-
written in here somewhere, but we
I know,
can,
but
yeah, but
like,
we can make sure
right
it's
at the
there.
front end,
Yeah.
right? And that was the struggle at the municipal development plan thing, is as the chair, my struggle was, you want to respect the fact that they have asked to speak, but a lot of them said already what they already said. So how do you, in that forum, how do you respectfully step on people?
Yeah,
And I mean, we clarified that over and over and over and over, and yet we heard it over and over. And I didn't mind that, but it did take a lot of time
Yeah.
for people to say what they'd already said to us. And so, I don't know if it would help to have a disclaimer right at the front, but perhaps it would.
Is it appropriate or acceptable to when they sign on, so when we take section 2, we list all the process, could we also have a point where it says, it's a declaration of new information?
yeah, we can add that too.
Because then they're conscious right at the time of signing that that's all they can sign in as.
Like when you sign,
When you first sign up, so number 2?
like person addressing council regarding the proposed bylaw or motion,
Yeah,
that part?
Yeah.
Their name? Okay, and declaration of new information provided if they have not provided a written statement.
yep,
Correct? Yep.
yeah, thank you.
And then, also just added in here, a person may authorize another individual to speak on their behalf if such authorization is in writing and proof of such can be provided to Kneehill County prior to the start of the public hearing. Great. And then just number 4, just adding our group. And then just number 7, just rewording. And then the public hearing process, basically the chairman's speech and how that will proceed. Did you want me to go
No.
over it? No? Okay.
That's fine.
One new thing in here was, the speaking list. So individual or groups wishing to speak on the bylaw will be called forward in the order they appear on the speakers list. The speakers list includes names from both in-person registrations and those registered to attend by electronic means before the deadline.
Perfect.
And then just, H was just, to add the time that the public hearing is closed. I don't think that was, it's part of the, in the MGA that you need that, but it was never in our procedure.
Okay. Well, there we are.
And it's the end, yeah.
We have no other changes from there. Any other questions, suggestions, concerns? Reeve King.
So I have a question with regard to item 8. And I was looking for it here in the MTA. Statutory public hearings must be closed before council votes on the bylaw. So are all public hearings statutory?
Statutory public hearing,
What's the difference between a public hearing and a statutory public hearing?
I don't think there's anything.
Okay,
So a statutory can come out.
okay, so, yeah, just that our
Yeah,
language be
it might, this
consistent.
is like, probably from, just passed on from procedural bylaw to the next, so they probably were called statutory public hearings at one point in time in the MGA. And now we're just public hearings.
Okay. 'Cause when I try to find public hearings, it says see council public hearings, and then when I find it under council, where it says public hearings, it says see council public hearings, so it's really quite
Yeah.
helpful
Yeah,
in terms of giving you pages
yeah, we'll remove statutory
in the MGA.
to avoid confusion.
We need you to edit it.
They just don't want me to read it.
I feel like you're going around in circles.
Yes?
Okay, so any other comments that we want to make? Thanks for this very detailed job here.
So, I do have another question, sorry.
Certainly.
In item 60, breach of conduct, a member who persists in a breach of subsection 5(4) bracket 1, I think that should read 5(9) bracket
Yeah.
1.
Yep, sorry. We've added a couple of sections, so good catch.
Yeah, because 5(4)
Yeah.
was amendments to bylaws, so.
This is why I always tell people, do not put numbers in your bylaw, because they always change. I should listen to
Whatever you do,
myself.
don't put numbers in?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, I have one more. Can I?
Sure, good. Go
Are you
ahead.
tired of
please.
me yet?
Not at all.
So in numerous places here, we refer to friendly amendment.
Okay,
And my understanding from conversation around friendly amendment is once a motion is made and on the floor and accepted by council, it no longer belongs to the person who made the motion, it now belongs to council. So there's no such thing as a friendly amendment. The amendment is being made to a motion that no longer belongs to the motioner, but to the council itself. So do we need to have language referring to friendly amendment?
I think it's important to have it out.
now we can remove all reference to friendly amendment.
Like, that's the way I understand the process, is
yeah.
once the motion's made, it
Yeah.
no longer belongs to the person who made the motion, and it's been accepted by council, it's actually owned by council at that point. And so any amendment being proposed by somebody else, the only way it can be determined that we don't need to vote on it is if by consensus we agree to that amendment. But if there's somebody in the room that goes, no, I don't agree to that, then we have to vote on it. But let's say Wade made the motion to accept the procedural bylaw as revised, and I wanted to amend his motion.
Yeah,
Once it's on the floor and I'm gonna make an amendment, and he just said bylaw, and I said, no, it should be procedural, we just agree, it's consensus is, so it's just an amendment made like that, but
okay.
I don't know.
Because there's no vote really on a friendly amendment, so you're right. It doesn't really need to be in there.
Because friendly amendments are basically made by consensus.
Yeah.
And not necessarily the consensus of the person who made the motion, but of the council as a whole.
Yeah, we can remove all reference to friendly amendment.
Well, and I think there was a workshop or something, I wasn't able to attend or something that explained that too, correct? So,
Yeah.
That's my OCD, Karen.
No, that's great.
No, it's important. I missed it totally. Counselor Cunningham, do you have anything you wanted to add? Yeah, we didn't get your voice yet.
No, it's all, I think, you know, from what I'm understanding from Ms. Vanderkoel, a lot of this is coming from the MGA and from the changes in some of these bills. So with the friendly amendment, I know I think I was at that one meeting where we talked about it. I mean, sometimes they said it can be whatever is working best for your council as well. But then I understand we really want to have, you know, it in our procedural bylaw the way it's supposed to be, so, yeah, so I understand why that change would be made, so, yeah, no, it all looks really good.
Thank you. Anything else before we move to asking for a motion? Well, therefore, I'm going to ask for a motion.
Can I just say what next steps? So we're really
Yes.
really hoping to bring this to our next council meeting. I'll make all the changes that were discussed here so that we're kind of on the same, our document will go with how we're gonna deal with the next public hearing in May. Because we're gonna advertise that if anybody wants to attend by electronic means, that they'll have to register, like all that advertisement's gonna go out that way, but now our bylaw will match up with our procedural bylaw.
Fantastic. Reeve King.
So then I'll make the motion that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council passing Bylaw 1919, procedural bylaw as discussed. I'm going to change that word on you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Is that a friendly amendment, or? Actually, the motion hadn't been made yet. Gotta have some fun.
And, yes. Any questions or discussion before we call the question? Okay, so we have a motion that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council pass Bylaw 1919, procedural bylaw as discussed. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Carolyn. That was a lot of very important work. Appreciate all that's gone into that. And so, let me just get my stuff in order here. Everyone's good? We don't need a break, right? Okay. So we're going on to the governance model discussion. And we have our entire leadership team part of this process. Thank you, Mr. Zier, Ms. Cochran, and Kevin Gannon. Mr. Gannon. And whenever you are ready, we will just jump right in.
Good morning, committee members. Thanks for that. So what we have in front of you is really a discussion piece for council, for committee members, but through council. As you recall, previously we had direction was given to administration to form a governance document that helps kind of set the framework for council moving forward, ensuring that we're all aligned with what we feel are the direction, really kind of nailing down a little bit deeper into the details of much what we talked about with the procedural bylaw here, but also setting up this council and the next for success through this. So as we started forming this document, a number of questions have come up that we thought we would refer back to council to have a little discussion on and get some direction on feelings, thoughts, what your viewpoints are on these sort of things. So myself, Mr. Gannon, and Ms. Cochran are here to help facilitate this conversation and hopefully get some of the viewpoints of council through it. So these are the questions that we had come up with here with CAO Hogan, obviously. And obviously there's room for discussion and any other topics that you want to bring forward on this as well. But I thought we'd just start off with looking at the orientation of this. So regarding our county-specific orientation, so every year, as you recall, after the orientation, we bring together the departments for presentations to council, kind of getting some high-level understanding of really setting the structure of what the county does, what our responsibilities are, delving a little bit into the different departments. Just kind of looking for some feedback on how you felt that has gone in the past. Do you feel there's any improvements that could be made on that process? Looking for a little discussion on that.
Sorry, I was busy thinking there for a minute. Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
So just before we dive into this, I just wondered, I know, I think it was in November of 2024 that we were asked to provide answers to, I think it was 3 questions that were posed and any comments that we had on the governance model. And then we did have a fairly comprehensive day with Mr. Cuff on December 9th in Olds. I'm just wondering, do we have like a document that's showing a summary of all those discussions that came out of that full day meeting with Mr. Cuff?
Do we know? No. Through the chair, I don't believe we have anything really formalized on that. That's something that, with the discussion, and just kind of preface this is just another touch point for council. A much more fruitful discussion, once we have some of these specifics, will come before. We're just looking at these topics right now as far as questions that we have on how council wants to actually form this governance document, because it will be ultimately council's document. So,
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you. Through the chair, through that wonderful presentation from Mr. Cuff, I think we all individually took a little bit different from it. And some of the information, I believe the CAO is working in the background of formulating some of the thoughts and comments that council had within this. And this was further to clarify some of those items that potentially were brought up from my understanding. The other aspect, there was a lot of other conversations that happened outside that arena with Mr. Cuff himself or other members of leadership. So it's really bringing your perspective to the table to capture at this moment as this document gets built. So something formal, I haven't seen it myself, but I do have my notes that I did take and some learnings I took from that wonderful session. So we're just trying to get council's opinion on how council would like to move forward on this. I'm sorry we don't have more formalized presentation or what the key items within that are.
Well, I appreciate that we are where we are. I also appreciate the opportunity to speak as a new page, so to speak, because since those presentations, I also have had opportunity to speak to other peers and other people who are also in the industry and, you know, expand my thoughts from that point too. So I think it's an opportunity just to dive into where are we today, given all of that history. Does that answer you sufficiently, or did you need more information on any of that?
Sure, maybe just clarity. I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, from that day we spent with Mr. Cuff, was that just the end of it, or was there going to be something coming from Mr. Cuff, like kind of a summary? Like, are we still anticipating something coming, or was that just a one-day, one-off kind of thing? That's, I guess, what I'm just wondering.
Let's see.
yeah, so through the chair, I think definitely the presentation, the working session we had with Mr. Cuff brought a lot of questions forward as far as how council wants to set up their governance model here. Looking at, he brought a lot of options for what other counties and communities have done. Looking at procedures both in the office here or in the council room, as well as public meetings, that sort of thing. So again, I think that's part of going to form the overall discussion item on there. And I don't want to circumvent any of the work that CEO Hogan's done on this as well. I just want to, this is just another piece, as you mentioned, that we wanted a little more clarity on these specific areas there. It's not the only thing we're going to be looking at is these questions here, because the other Cuff discussion, the conversations the council's already had on this in the past, all forms into that grander discussion later this summer.
So are we specifically expecting a report from Mr. Cuff? Nothing from him, right?
No.
Mr. Gannon?
Through the chair, from what I understand within the initiative is, no, it was a working session. We're not expecting any recommendations formally from Mr. Cuff. as it was all about procedure, education, conversation. So for those type of evaluations, it usually takes a more in-depth audit of things internally. And this, in my opinion, wasn't that type of program. So from the information I understand, but we can verify that with the CAO and get back to council with that.
Thank you. Is that, are you good now? Okay. Reeve King.
So my belief is that we did not ask Mr. Cuff for a formal audit of our process and governance, but we asked him to come in and provide some coaching on what governance from his point of view should look like. And if you've ever been in a session with Mr. Cuff, you know that his messaging really doesn't change from one session to another. And a lot of this whole conversation was, I don't know, started because of my interest in what Red Deer had done and the governance audit that they did, which was a much more complicated process where individual councillors were interviewed and administration was interviewed, and they tried to identify the holes in the processes and then tried to clarify what those processes might look like. And if you're like me, from the day when we spent time with Mr. Cuff, I probably have about 20 pages of notes and some thoughts on what I'd like to see in that. And until I actually see the proposed governance model, it's hard to respond to say where the gaps are. But so I'm looking forward to a more clear document that might be something that says this is what we are suggesting as a governance model for Kneehill County. But I have no problem answering the questions that are in front of us today. So. And to respond to the orientation county specific, I think what happened after this past election compared to what happened after my first election, that orientation was much better, more informative, and certainly provided a better background in terms of process than the one I had at my first election. So if administration was planning to do a similar type of orientation specific for the county, I'd be very supportive of that model that we used last time. There might be some little tweaks you want to make in it, but as far as I was concerned, it was good.
I appreciate it as well. Thank you, Reeve. Any other feedback? Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, so just to clarify, my questions about George Cuff do not affect my ability to answer the questions in front of us. So one of the things when I went back on my notes from Mr. Cuff, and I know we did it to some respect in orientation, but he said the number one item in orientation should be, what did you hear during the election? He said that's your greatest access to public opinion and should be item number one after the election. What did you hear? You all hear stuff, so let's talk about it. And it's very reflective of what's going on in the community. So that was one piece that I took from Mr. Cuff that, like I said, I know, I remember, it's getting to be 4 years now, but I know we did have a bit of a conversation about that, but I did really appreciate Mr. Cuff's comments on that. So that would be one thing.
Yeah, and I found that interesting to be marked as an orientation topic, because for me, that's a just strategic conversation topic. So I always, I'm too literal maybe in my thinking of this. For me, orientation is how do we do business? How does Kneehill County operate? Those types of things. I think the number one thing is what should you hear is the number one thing in deciding how to utilize those processes now to get to what we hear. So I really appreciate it should be number one. I'm just questioning whether we want to say that that's where we want to do it, or whether we want to say that's where we do it when we have conversations about what now. So I guess what do we want orientation to be specifically about? Is it only about those literal things, like our policies and our procedures and our roles, or is it about our visions in our roles? That's a question I have to council, not to administration.
I'll comment on that. Just in response to your comment, Councillor Cunningham, I think that there is probably a worthwhile conversation to be had shortly after the election around what brought us to the table, what we heard in the process of getting there, and kind of what some of our priorities or objectives we might want to be pushing forward in that orientation process, and that's probably helpful in terms of familiarizing ourselves with each other as councillors. But I also agree with you, Deputy Reeve McGee, that should be amplified probably more so in the strategic plan process that we go through as well.
They're important in both, absolutely, but I don't see, I guess I'm asking you, Mr. Zier, what are you asking? When you ask us to say, what do you want to have in orientation, are you saying what kind of orientation do we want, as well as what specific information do we want, what kind of conversations we have? What's the questions you're asking for?
Yeah, and fair enough. Through the chair, it is really more just clarifying what it says right here. Like we have orientation, we bring the departments in, we kind of remembering that there may be some new councillors and there may be incumbents, that the refresher is good regardless of just looking at our current status right now, because it does change over the 4 years regardless. What we do for service delivery and some of the expectations that council has had on the administration, and just kind of verifying that through this discussion here. Really, through Councillor Cunningham's point there, I agree that this is definitely something that needs to be brought forward as far as what are the challenges that we hear in our election campaign over the last 4 years. That point, I think, can be clarified through the strategic planning process, even just through look at our current processes outside of that strategic planning, just to ensure that if there's some tweaks that we can do that align with our goals, our vision, high quality infrastructure, good governance, all those sort of things. I think those discussions need to be formed here and then carry on through a strategic, and I have a question here about strategic planning later on here, how we want to approach that going forward as well. Really, this is more just a high level. Are we okay with the orientation? Are we okay with the group sitting here? The information that you were presented at last election, was that sufficient, or would you like to see changes to it? That's really at the basis of what we're looking for right now.
So that's my question then to you, Councillor Cunningham. How would you like us to address that as part of orientation? The what did you hear piece that you brought up? So just help me sort it out, because I'm wrapping around the literal to a conversation piece. So when they present all the information, where is it that council has conversation around the information that includes what they hear and what we've done in the past? Or like, do you want that? Is there a way to articulate how you see that happening as orientation?
The specifics of how that would happen, I don't really have the answer to that, but
Okay.
I was just, like I said, just in preparation for this meeting, I just went through my little book I have here from Mr. Cuff. So something that came up, and it kind of tweaked with me that I thought it was a really good idea. So honestly, how that happens, I can't really answer that. That would be more for administration, I guess. But I just thought it was a really good point that sometimes, like he said, how did he put it? I think we get lost in trying to run the municipality instead of remembering what brought us here. And so I just thought there was some really good comments. So I think when you're starting out in your new term and new council, it would be really good to, I mean, everybody hears different things, right? We all talk to different people and are involved in different avenues of the county. So I just think it would be a really good starting point. So just something to throw out there, whether it was something that would go ahead or not. Yeah.
Great, thanks. I appreciate the clarity. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. So, under the first question that we had there, that is great information. It gives us an ability to work in the background to say, orientation is about education, but it's also about relationships, and it's all about how to be able to move forward. As we do staff onboarding and things like that, we use different tools internally to ensure the success of those members. So hearing that council thinks there should be more conversations around the table as councillors to understand their alignment, to talk about why they're there, and to really start a team building aspect, says that there's a need for that conversation or an arena for that conversation. On the other side, we're looking at all those tools we provided, all the education on what we do as a department, what our service levels are, what legislation we follow, what are the bylaws, what is our funding, what all that gathering of a tremendous amount of information for how we do our business. Is that sufficient? And how do you see this marrying in to ensure that you're able to have those conversations where individuals are not going to be overwhelmed and they'll still feel freely to have those conversations? So it's really, we want to set the next council up for successes, learning from what you found was sufficient or what you found that maybe needs a little bit more tweaking or something that we may be missing in its entirety. We're here to listen on being able to provide that. Because the sooner we can provide you with a solution on that, the better equipped that council will be on moving forward. So the information that was provided by Councillor Cunningham is very important because it's an onboarding aspect. So I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you said because I can see the opportunity for each topic then, if we say, it makes the dryness of some of these factual things that you're providing us more pertinent to us when we can apply it to the things we were hearing. And so I appreciate that. Thank you. Do you feel articulated well for the orientation now? That we understand you and that it will be part of it? Okay, good. Reeve King.
I think that Councillor Cunningham's point is very valid. Oftentimes, it's a one-way conversation that we have in orientation from administration to councillors. And I think that the point that Councillor Cunningham is making is talking about, as a councillor coming on, things like how do we plan to work together? What's our goals for the council term? What are we bringing to the table? And I think somewhat of a two-way conversation within council, from councillor to councillor, would be beneficial, just in terms of building some of that base relationship and having a bit better understanding of where we are individually as councillors and what we see going forward into that term. And so I think it's a great idea. I think that if we can incorporate that in some way, I'd be very supportive of that for sure.
Yeah, I think that's where I was struggling wrapping my head around what was being said, because for me, that is the beginning conversation, and I would have given it a different heading as council, as a council discussion, not so much as an administration giving it to orientation. So it's about me processing what was intended. So I apologize. It certainly wasn't me criticizing it. It was me trying to wrap my head about where it belonged. So thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham. I'm sure I just sounded like a confused goofball there.
Not at all. No,
Okay.
and I'm gonna, I do have a few more ideas on training, and I guess it's because I'm still a newbie, Mr. Zier, right? No, I'm just kidding.
You're not a newbie anymore.
I got a few more months. I can still pull that one. Yeah. No, but I just want to say, first of all, when I came on almost 4 years ago, I think the orientation was phenomenal. I really do. I've talked to other municipalities, other councillors, and we definitely had a way more comprehensive orientation and training than from what I've heard. So just want to put that out there. But sitting here, again, back to Mr. Cuff, it was interesting, and I don't know where this would fall into orientation or training, or where where it would fall at all. But one thing that Mr. Cuff said is he feels that one of the first things that you should do as council is to look through the policies and bylaws that pertain to council. Because he said, what were his words? He says, you've inherited these policies and bylaws that have been created by a previous council. And so you really have to decide if that's the direction that your council at the time wants to go. So, you know, whether that's something that would form part of this governance model, I don't know, but just thought that was interesting. Just on a very basic level, when I look back, a couple things that came up, and I know I don't want to speak for Councillor Phobes, but I know her and I experienced it, like council compensation, something as simple as that. You know, there's a policy, but sometimes you're maybe a little unclear, like, is this part of the base rate? Is this something extra? So just maybe even some clarity around that. I know sometimes we'd go look back to, you know, previous months where other councillors, and it wasn't a critique of what somebody else was doing, it was just, we didn't really know clearly how to do that. So I just think that's one just very simple thing. And this kind of maybe speaks to the training piece as well. And I think this was brought up a couple meetings ago, but I think to have a really clear guideline of what council and administration expects when you sit on boards, like what exactly you want back. And I always look to Deputy Reeve McGee when she brings her reports in from some of the boards that she sits on. They're so comprehensive and so well done. I look at myself and I go, yikes, I'm not doing a really good job. But I guess maybe just to clear, like I know sometimes we do verbal, sometimes we do written. So for me personally, just a little bit more indication on what council expects in reporting from those boards that we sit on. You know, like in terms of budgeting on different boards, like do you want budget before they're audited? Like just, I think just a little bit more clarity on what's kind of expected around that would be helpful.
I had that comment too. Thank you. Any other comments?
Just a comment, we're just coming back from an economic development conference, and one of the comments from one of the courses I took was, in orientation, there probably should be a day spent with the full new council on economic development, where we expect to go and what is it, basically. So we've all taken the, EOEP courses, but all at different times, and it would be fairly valuable if we took it all at the same time at the beginning of our term. So we're on the same page when we're getting presentations. So that's one of the things that caught my attention.
Hey, did we clarify anything
No,
for
very
you?
good. Actually, we touched on quite a few of the different questions throughout that conversation here. Like I mentioned, so if we're good with, like, I think we got a good feel of what council's looking at for orientation here. I think really a two-way conversation, get a little bit more back and forth, both us presenting to you as well as you asking questions, dig a little bit deeper into maybe some of the details you're interested in, but still just providing that level of service delivery that we're looking for.
I think Councillor Cunningham has something else she wanted to add, so I'm going to interrupt you. Sorry.
It's going to be one of those days. I got a lot to say for this one. No. And actually, Mr. Zia, this might go for orientation or training. The one training session that we had was, I think, is it Todd Brand? Is that his name? That came in and did the parliamentary training? Is that his name? Okay, thank you. I can't remember when we did that, if that was a year into this term. I loved that because I know I've had this conversation with Mr. Hogan. There's times I still sit here and go, can I remove a motion from the table? I don't know. And Mr. Hogan's advice to me was just do it. That's what he's here for. That's what Ms. Vanderkool is here for. They're kind of the experts in that. I would love to see that training like right off the hop. And maybe it was, honestly, I can't even remember if it was the first or a year in, okay. I guess and now, because like I said, sitting here 3.5 years later, I still sometimes struggle with some of that. So I think it would be beneficial to do it. And I know it's a busy few months, but early in the term, I think that would be really helpful. It was excellent. It was excellent training, but even like I think, there's times in council that we maybe don't do certain parliamentary procedures, and so then all of a sudden they maybe come up once in a blue moon, and it's like, what's that? So I think even like an ongoing refresher with the parliamentary training would be excellent too.
And,
Go
sorry,
ahead, Mr.
thanks, just
Zaire.
to that point, definitely, I think ongoing training of this sort of thing is always helpful. Council, remember that subject matter experts are sitting right here. If there's any question on that sort of thing, feel free to ask it prior to the question, or prior to the vote, or whatever. That's where the whole role of the CAO and legislative manager is, to provide that clarity to you. So just a reminder on that.
So the comment I'm going to make in response to that, Councillor Cunningham, is one of the reasons I pushed regarding the governance model is I think if we, like when you read the policy or the procedural manual, it's sometimes not all that clear. And so I was hopeful that as we built a governance model, there would be a process that would help us better understand just what you're talking about. Like in terms of a meeting and dealing with emotion and all of that, what's the process, right? And how do we either postpone or table or retract or defer or refer, and all those terms, right? What do they mean, and are they of any value to us? And so when I was reviewing and looking at what Red Deer County had done with their governance model, it provided a lot of clarity to me in terms of some of that process, the simple processes that we sometimes we're not clear on. And if we had a better clarity on that, I think that would help us in terms of that parliamentary part. And so that's what I'm really looking for, or hoping to get out of building a governance model, is just a better clarity on the processes that we use in this room and how we work together. So anyway, I'll leave that at that point, so.
And I think it's really valid, because what I learned is, hey, this is, my 8th year, and it's just like, what do we do again? So I think it's something that maintaining that is also going to be a challenge. So the hard part, I think, for me when I got this package was thinking about orientation and council training. It's like, wow, there is a lot of information and effort into this in the very beginning, and where is there a point of being overloaded as a new person? And where is it that it's best, okay, now that you've had your feet wet, let's review how that worked for you. And so I think the second orientation follow-up is where I find the most value for me. Is yes, orientation is okay, but let's be sure to plan to have a second follow-up to that.
Like 6 months in or something?
Exactly, and it could be like a workshop as a council, because again, we can go through those conversations. You brought this forward before. Do you feel like we are addressing that or making plans to address that well enough? What pieces of the orientation became fog to you that you now wish to ask the question over again? Like, because I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, we taught you this already, come on, right? We will constantly need to learn and be re-engaged with some of those processes, especially the ones we don't use regularly. So that would be my biggest feedback on both of those things. It's an ongoing thing. Anyone else want to offer something?
I will. This is great, but I don't want them who are out there listening in here to think that they have to have a degree in governance in order to sit in this chair.
Yeah.
Like, that's why we have, like we said, a chief administration officer and whatnot else. So in no means, do you have to have a strong knowledge of parliamentary procedure and whatnot else to sit in this chair. So we must offer that training to them, and a refresher every 2 years or something doesn't hurt when it comes to that kind of training. But at no means, in my books anyhow, you don't need a degree to sit in this chair of those things. A good knowledge of your county is more valuable in my books than having a degree in all that stuff. But I like the workshops, not saying we shouldn't have them. Yes, we should have them, and we should have refreshers periodically.
So what I'm hearing you say is your recommendation is you'd like to see our first orientation to be a lot about how do we utilize the tools of our leadership team, of Carolyn, of our CAO, and of our procedures manual, those kinds of practical pieces. These are your tools. These are the first people you ask. This is the first place you look for A, B, and C. So very basic. We're here to help. We will always have the answers for you, but knowing those answers isn't the point at the beginning. just knowing where to find those answers and what you can trust and rely on to have those things happen well, it would be the main purpose. Would that be accurate of what you're trying to say? Does that make sense? Yeah?
Like in some of these workshops and whatever we do, we'll do with the, you know, the KRP too, like as a whole region. Because it's valuable information for the whole region, and that benefits us, if there are other municipalities know some of this information too. But there are some that's just pertaining to Kneehill County, of course, but.
And just another note on that too, they aren't just information sessions through council. We have a really good opportunity through the committee of the whole meetings like we are today to have these discussions. You'll see more and more of that coming forward with departments bringing forward more just an information piece to let you know what's going on out there. We're talking about road use next month, those kind of pieces just to inform council along the way. Give a little bit more of a story for you and your residents to understand what our processes are out there. So just another opportunity.
So, go ahead. I'll throw it out there. Orientation to me is, like you just said, but I'm just gonna elaborate a little bit more on that. To me, also with orientation is to know your county. When you come into here, and in the past you may have heard about the Kirkpatrick water system or something, a little bus drive to each division, just to know, because say you live in Division 1, you don't necessarily know, and I can put myself, in my Division 2, I had never gone to the Ron Gore Memorial Arena. I had no need to go to the Ron, I drove by it, things like that, just to know where it is, and just little things, the thing, and it could be things that are going on right now. Is there a shoulder pull going on? This is what shoulder pull means, just a quick drive by the county to me. I did enjoy that on the first term of orientation, a quick little drive. So just to add that.
Yep. That makes sense to you guys? Yep.
Well, it's a big county, and it's nothing against somebody that sits in Division 7, doesn't know what's going on in Division. It's understandable. They will just go mostly to Red Deer. They don't, whereas Division 3 goes to Calgary and things like they just, paths don't always cross, depending on where you are in your life with your families and whatnot else, and when you sit in this chair, so.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and even just to that point, we see a lot of value in that, not only with educating the council on different aspects that we're looking at there, but also relationship building on those points as well too. Another topic or another item we could look at outside of this is a road trip early in the year, every year, just kind of look at the different projects that the counties, right after we finish budget up here, it'd be good to go forward on either future year budget items or just current year items that all of our different departments are working on. So it gives you a little more understanding when you're talking to your residents as well, as far as what the actual details of that project are. So.
Okay. Mr. Christie, do you have anything to add? Mr. Christie?
Nope, I
Councillor
liked where the
Christie, sorry.
discussion's going, so nope, I'm good.
It sounded like I was asking for a cookie, I think. Sorry, Councillor, I should have said Councillor Christie.
Just pay me dividend.
Okay, so I think we kind of morphed 1 and 2 together, did we not?
Yeah.
Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I feel that way.
Okay, are we ready to go on to number 3 when you're ready, Mr. Ziger? Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Cunningham?
I warned you. No, I'm just
No?
kidding. I actually did spend a lot of time on this, so, and I've, you know, it's something that you think about as your term goes on. One of the things Mr. Cuff said was, how can you be in charge of the county in a fundamental way and with what happens without being involved in administration? So in terms of training, I think that would be one thing. You know, we hear it, you know, you can't, you know, can't drive the grader and those kind of things. But so I think some kind of a training or how would I explain it? Like, I know there was a ratepayer in the county that was really asking some very comprehensive questions, let's say, about the budget and money that had been spent at Horseshoe Canyon. And so the information that came back to me was there was some information that we could give this ratepayer, but some that they would have to FOIP. And so that's something that I really don't understand, is where is the line drawn there? Like, what information is the ratepayer privy to, and what maybe kind of goes, not cross the line, but I don't know if that makes sense, but, you know, I know there was, we had a ratepayer came as a delegation that was looking for, there was a new position that was created, and he was looking for a salary range, and that, you know, there was talk about that information would have to be FOIP. So that's just for me personally, something that I would like to know more about, is what information do the ratepayers have I don't know if the right to know is the correct word, and what information maybe would have to be is FOIPable. Like, that's just something for me personally that I'm not very clear on. And I don't know about anybody else, but I think somebody coming in new, I think that would be information that would be important. And then actually just something very simple is Muni Map training. Yeah, we don't farm anymore, and if we did, I probably would be more involved in that Muni Map, but I've done it a few times and I lock myself out, or I'm doing something wrong, so that would be one piece of training that I would really like to have. Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing that up, because I didn't bring it up. I didn't think of it until you thought of it. I also would really appreciate training on how to use our computer filing system appropriately. So the difference between being on OneDrive compared to on my computer compared to, I think some of those basic how to utilize, how we store things would be beneficial right on the first day, as soon as we get our computer. Because I think each computer system is a little bit different, and I know I've stored a lot of files in the wrong places. So, and about the security of that, when do we have to have a confidential file, and how do we keep it secure? Mr. Hogan's been very good at answering those questions for me, but if I know I have a confidential file, I didn't know until I brought that to him, how to store that to remain confidential. And so I think those are very important pieces too. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, just for additional clarifications, there's a couple of things I hope I heard correctly in there. So we're looking at more formalized training of the tools that are available, but also on understanding the legislative access to information. But within that, I'm sorry, I may have interpreted something wrongly, and I just want to make sure that I'm clarifying, is somewhat dealing with roles and responsibilities and what decisions are actually, like we're not talking about people driving graders, we're talking about the roles and responsibility of council. Is a unique tool like bringing someone in like Doug Griffin to have a conversation about, like there's different speakers that do like things like 13 Ways to Kill a Community that really talks about the roles and responsibilities of an organization that really has a different perspective that may not be solely just administration, but really understands the governance, the political model, and all those things in there. Is that a tool that you're also looking at? Because it really does deal with all those things at the same time. And it's not one of those things where you're going through a bylaw. It could be incredibly dry. It's actually a little bit more engaging. I'm sorry, our bylaws are exciting. They form a purpose. I want to make sure that that's understood. But at the end of the day, that's a lot of overload of information. So I want council to understand we're willing to explore unique tools and opportunities so council is set up for success by having these individual tools and speakers in there to help supplement and support and create that. Is that something you'd like us as an organization to explore for these items?
So my first reaction to that question is I think it depends on who we have around the table. So I think some of those types of items would be based after we get our feet wet and we know what we want from those kind of dynamics. We might have people who have extremely high experience in something like that, and it's just going to be redundant, right? So I think if I'm interpreting the point of this discussion today is what do we need specifically in the first beginning piece, right? And I would say that would be an example of later on. But that's my opinion. Again, because I'm just feeling like, yikes, we already have way more mandated and planned for them than ever before. And where is it going to be overloading, right? Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Deputy Reeve. The one thing I think when we first got on this term, Ian McCormack was in, and you've probably heard me say it a few times, or you can tune me out, whatever, and we're good with both. But we do, and I mean this in a respectful way, but we get a lot of training telling us what we can't do as council, right? You can't go chase a grader, not that I'm planning on it, but you know, we have one employee. Like we get told where our parameters are. And I know I've said a few times, I would like a little bit maybe more training on what can we do as council so that we're doing our jobs more effectively, and how can I be a better, more efficient councillor for the ratepayers in Kneehill County, if that makes sense.
Any other comments before we move off of orientation and council training? Anyone need a break before we move on? Yes, we will take a 10-minute break. See you at 11:30. Okay. Thanks, everyone. We are going to get back to Mr. Zier talking to us. I think we finished up our 1 and 2. Yes. We still have a few more to go, so we are ready to go when you are.
All right, fantastic, thanks for that. So the next item we wanted to discuss here is council meetings. So there's a few different ways that different organizations or different municipalities approach the distribution of the documents beforehand. We're suggesting right here that, I guess we already referred to a little bit earlier today about the council reports. It's a potential, it's a possibility for council if they'd like to see the council reports actually inputted into the agenda. It would require a little bit of pre-work to make sure that deadlines are met and that sort of thing for posting, but it would give council just an oversight, a little bit of a pre-review of what those documents look like. If council's open to that conversation, we can add that to the governance document for a little deeper look at it.
My opinion is, at minimum, we need that option available to the REEV or whoever will be chairing the meeting. But they can decline. I don't know. I know that leadership team's always available, but I think if we formally make that part of the process available to you, people will utilize it more. And I think it just makes us better at our job if we do utilize it. That's my opinion. Anybody else? Mr. Christie? Councilor Christie, I still want cookies.
Anyway, I guess my comment there is like Community Futures is the Thursday before our council meeting. To get anything on the agenda is almost too late. And that's one of the reasons we came up with that single page report that we get a week before that meeting. So it really hasn't been discussed till Thursday night, but they're prepared to put that, give us that information to get to our council meeting, so. And I'm not the only one. I think Troshu's Monday night, so the follow after the Thursday. So the reporting of that committee's been difficult to get to council timely.
Drum Solid Waste is exactly the same way, and then when we finally get the stuff, the reporting, it's a month old. So as a Community Futures, you, is it just the agenda you get the week before is what you present, what you're saying, or do you have that summary page?
That summary page is what we've just started, so that's, we've only had 2 here now. So that, I would get it 10 days before our meeting that I could forward to Carolyn.
Okay,
So
that's
that'll come
something
back.
we might be able to bring up at some of our other boards that we could do, because.
So it's somewhat general right now, because we put the map and stuff on the back of that takes quite a bit of room. So the feedback there is that the map's too big, or the map's too small, depends where you are in that whole area. So that's part of the discussion now, is how to develop it more appropriately to get us there. The one thing I like about it is the QR code that does get back to our full meeting package if you want to. So.
I apologize. I was talking to the second point, not the first point, so you must think, where were you? Yeah, I was going to add to this was, I really appreciate in a couple of the committees we have a consent agenda. So there's those types of things all put together, we review them. And so they can be approved without much discussion if need be, because then it's taking up less time, it shortens up. And I think council reports would be a great way of doing that. It's all presented, part of a consent agenda, we're all to read them, and we certainly can have discussions around them, but we don't have to hear out the full report. And to me, not that I'm very good at this, but I'd like to get more disciplined that that's the only way we have reports. It's that they're written, because in my mind, we're reporting not just to council, I think we're reporting to Kneehill County as a whole, and there should be a record of that. And when it's just verbal, we don't have as good a record about some of the details that we maybe might need on record. So that's my personal opinion, but that's more work for your council to be sure to have completed as individuals.
Okay, so if the agenda was for sure in the package, you know, from our different boards or whatever, then if we did do a verbal, you can ask for more clarification. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Or you want the written you want the agenda plus the written responses to it? It just depends on the time for our different boards.
Yeah, I think it depends on your board or how you want to present it. So sometimes I give you a written editorial of what I've learned, and sometimes it would just be the minutes.
Yep.
But all of those are presented in time for it to be in the package as part of a consent agenda. So then we're not verbalizing every one of those pieces in the meeting.
Are you always giving the approved minutes of the meeting draft, or just the drafts?
Again, I think that depends on the committee, because some of those, they're a full year.
Well, we're 2 months.
Yeah, so like
we get
our annual general meeting,
Draft is fine.
yeah.
Okay.
So the question I would have is, if you get draft minutes, how often do those draft minutes change when they get approved? Not very often, so. And in my mind, if you had a meeting on Monday and our meeting's on Tuesday, if your report didn't show up till 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later, the first actual council meeting, when you have the information from that meeting, sometimes the reason I do verbal reports is, like Trochu Housing, I might see minutes, who knows when, and so it's easier just to give you a verbal than this is what happened, right? But I also could put that in writing prior to the meeting and say, this is what happened, and then submit that, and who cares about the minutes, ultimately. As long as you're aware of what's happening within that committee.
Councillor Cunningham, it kind of goes back to the comment you made before around these. Does that kind of fit what you had in mind, this conversation?
I think really just what the expectation is, and maybe with every council that would change, right? But I think, like I hear what the Reeve's saying, like sometimes, you know, with even one of the boards that I sit on, sometimes the minutes can be delayed, right? So is it better to do a verbal so people are up to date about what's going on, or do you wait that extra time? But I guess if there was just a very clear expectation of what council administration expected, then maybe it would be easier.
Yeah, and I like the point that it doesn't have to be immediately following your meeting. So again, if you had a meeting on Monday, you could wait till the following council meeting. So all the meetings prior to when the package is due. But I think if we do that, if we have to have like a consent package type of concept, and however you make that together, that's fine. But we also then need to be aware of Carolyn's deadline for that to be submitted, which is not Thursday at 4 o'clock like I did the one time. Councilor Christie.
I know the consent agenda that we use for Community Futures is all committees that are all just like the Finance Committee and that kind of stuff for that board gets on the consent agenda. I'm thinking here, for me, I'd rather have the opportunity for a committee report for Community Futures, but the service board should be a part of the consent agenda because that's the board of the actual county.
I like that.
That would be where I would be at, so.
Is there some clarity there, or did we go?
Yeah, no, I think that's, like I say, I think there's a couple different ways that we've seen these council reports go before. Lots of times it's verbal. I've seen I've met with this ratepayer on this day, like to really get into detail on what the activities of the council member has been over the last couple weeks. So it really is up to council. What kind of information do you want to know from your colleagues, and what do you think is relevant? We're still looking at if there's a decision out of one of these meetings from council, it still comes as an RFD to the rest of council as well. So.
Well, when I was reading this too, the other thing that came up with to mind is that we have community people who are appointed to some of these committees or who attend different types of training, and I'd love to see that they have opportunities to be part of that reporting as well. How that fits exactly, but if we're going to spend money sending someone to the conference we just came from, for example, I think it's appropriate that they give us a paragraph of what they got out of it and what they'd like residents to know they got out of it. and to me, I see that as part of the consent agenda. They don't have to do anything huge about it, but there should be a little bit of an opportunity to formally state something. Okay,
Okay.
can keep
No,
going on.
and that's perfect. So I think we'll formalize something in the governance document here, just as far as a high-level council reporting requirement or expectation through the agenda. And then we can fine-tune that as it comes back to council as far as exactly what that looks like. Just more of a high-level yes or no kind of thing. And that sounds like it's a consensus is on a yes for this. So excellent, thank you. Next step here, we're looking at, so this is something that kind of came up initial talks with the CUF presentation, looking at a councillor and agenda review committee, basically before the agenda is actually released to the rest of council and to the public, just kind of getting a high level review of it. As Mike mentioned here, it would become a little more onerous on staff as well as the council to meet and make sure that they review that beforehand. Just seeing if council has any interest in going down that path or not.
You've been a reeve for a bit now. Tell me what you think, please.
No.
Yeah, I'm 100%. I think it's already, the reeve, the deputy reeve and the CIO already view it and go through it and whatnot else, and they're fine. I put trust in them, and that's why when we have an organization, we appoint them to those seats. So, as long as we have a very good discussion when it comes actually at the council meeting.
I hear you both. What if we unfortunately lost our great CAO and we get a CAO who doesn't see the value in having those conversations?
Then we formalize it. But
Okay.
at this point, I'd say no.
Okay. Councillor Christie.
My comment is if there's enough of us doing a review, then it's a meeting, then it's public.
Good point. Okay, sounds like we all agree. Oh, sorry. No, Councillor Cunningham.
That's okay. No, and I agree with what's been said. I think we talked about it before. There's always, sometimes there can be that perception that council has meetings before meetings. So I think to like what you just alluded to, that could happen. And I know some notes I'd made from an October meeting. I know Mr. Hogan had mentioned, I think in the red model, and correct me, Reeve, if I'm wrong, but this agenda review basically is kind of like their cow meeting, if I'm understanding that correctly. So that kind of goes on to number 4, like what's the purpose of the cow meeting? So I guess we'd have to decide, like, so then does that agenda review become the cow meeting? And yeah, I guess it's kind of a bigger discussion on how we would like to see the cow meeting work. But no, I wouldn't be in favor of that. And I think it just adds more work for everybody, which I don't think anybody needs.
I'm just going to say, if we as a council and gone through our reeve and we feel that there's something that we would like to see on the agenda, or through the deputy reeve, it is brought to the CIO's attention. So, yeah, no, I'm doing that.
Reeve.
There is a formal process to get anything on the agenda, and that's a notice of motion. And again, that's something that I think we need to have clearly outlined in our governance model, how that works, and how councillors get individual items on agendas, and how we get that in front of council. And so that's my hope. One of the things that's coming out of this governance model would be real clarity around how does an individual councillor action an item for the rest of council to consider, and what that process might look like. And you don't always have to go through that formal process, but sometimes perhaps that's the best route, is to put a notice of motion forward. And that's how things get added to agendas that maybe administration's not seeing, but we as a councillor feel need to be there. So, and certainly, I don't think you always have to go through a formal process. Lots of times an informal conversation works, but if you're really keen, that's the way.
I like that point. Councillor Cunningham.
So I would like to see that very clearly in this governance model. I know there was a question that I had brought up last year that then became an RFD, and I don't know if there was a notice of motion. So I guess I would really like to see clarity on that, like where a conversation perhaps with another member of council or administration becomes an RFD. Like, does that question from the counselor, does that counselor have a part in that RFD, or can it go forward in an RFD without a notice of motion? Like, so I just would really like some clarity on that.
I think we're good there.
Okay, excellent. We made those notes. Thank you for that. We're on to number 3 here. So this is just a little bit of a change in process, or a request on discussion on it. So right now, we hold, or the council holds a discussion, and then at the end of it, or near the end of it, makes a motion. There is an option to make that motion prior to any discussion happening. Again, it's something that we would potentially add into the governance or the procedural bylaw if that change is to occur. It really just puts the motion, the emphasis on the initial part of the discussion. Then we can have as much discussion, council can have as much discussion as they like after that. So.
So my comment on that is, one of the perceptions that we constantly fight as council is the perception that we're being told what to do by administration. And so one of the reasons I like the process that we're currently using, which is to have the presentation, we have a conversation around what was presented, we have some discussion, and then eventually we get to the point where there's a motion made. It takes away the perception that council really hasn't had a chance to weigh in prior to a motion being. And so in my mind, it doesn't hurt to do the motion first. Like, if you're gonna be really Robert's Rules of Order, I mean, that's what you're gonna do. But what we do works for us. And maybe it's not the most efficient some days, but it works. And so I guess my thought is I like our current process, and I would be reluctant to change it, I guess.
Councilor Cunningham.
Well, and I guess for me, would that complicate the process too? Like, if you put the motion out there that's recommended by administration, you have a fulsome discussion, and then there's the motion, because a lot of times we alter the motion in some form. So then would there have to be amendment to that original motion? Like, to me, I just think it would almost complicate the meetings. Yeah.
Great. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you very much. One of the things potentially consider, and this goes in the same line that council's going at this point, is through the Red Deer audit, I noticed some procedural changes that I wasn't aware of in aspects. Is when we have conversation with council, once a motion is made, there's not a lot of conversation with administration. Is between council and council. That's what I learned from the audit, my understanding of that. So should that be a motion in the beginning, those are conversations between council and council. The conversation prior allows a lot more conversation back and forth from administration, but once that motion is made, it's normally a council to council discussion.
Thank you. So we're going to deal with your last point under 3, and then it'll be time for us to get ready to be online for the presentation from Alberta Council. So we're going to have to kind of rush up this last point, if you don't mind. So the point 4, under 3.4, did you want to talk to that, or?
Sure, yeah, no, just clarity. So consensus, going back to point 3, is remain the same. I think we're no interest level by the rest of the council members here to investigate that. Okay, perfect. So we'll point to number 4 here. So just looking at really a more formalized process for information requests. I think we spoke about that here earlier just now, looking at, in this governance model, we are looking at how an individual council member does bring forward these information requests, what level is council comfortable with that, what level needs motion, those sort of things. I think that's going to be a fundamental part of this governance document to begin with. So if anyone had any more comments on that, we can definitely take them now.
Beav King.
So again, in the Red Deer model, they give a very clear example of how an individual councillor moves an item forward within council and how they get action on a matter. And how it gets to a point within council, there's a decision made that council feels this is important and therefore it moves forward, or council feels that that information is not needed and then it stops. And so again, my whole thought in this process is it does help us to look at how, say myself as an individual counselor who feels something is critical and important, how I can either get the rest of council to be supportive of me in moving that forward and making it a priority for administration, or how the rest of council has an opportunity to say to me, no, we don't see that as being that important. And I like how they outlined that process in the Red Deer model, because it does give you fairly clear direction as a counselor, or an indication of the process of how you would move that forward. And so, and then they also have in their model something called informed, I think, consent or something like that. No, principle of informed agreement, where counselor is able to say, at this point in the decision, I either have enough information or I don't, and then it allows them to put into a process called either referral, which is to ask for more information, or defer, which is to say I have enough information, but I'm not ready to make the decision. And so there are some really clear things in that model that I really, really super like. And so if we were to outline that in our governance model, how that works, I think that helps everybody in the room to understand the process. And so, because oftentimes we sort of tag on information requests as a comment in a discussion, right? Like we're having a discussion where we have a motion on the table and I'll say, oh, I'd like to have X. Well, is that a request from council or is that a request from Council King, right? And so then how do we clarify that? So I think there's a value in having a more formal process that everybody clearly understands.
Yeah, I think it helps us identify what's pertinent to the decision and what is nice to know as well, because sometimes I get clouded there. Any other thoughts around that? Any concerns around that? Great. Clarity is always great.
Okay, well, where we can start is maybe, as we've all seen the Red Deer model, we can kind of bring forward that as a basis for discussion, and see if there's any changes that council would like to see and even what they propose. Or not to say that we're going to mimic it entirely, but if it's kind of understood that this is where we want to start as a basic baseline framework, we can suggest that and then move from there.
I guess I'm not suggesting a made in Red Deer solution,
No,
but I'd like to see a made in Kneehill
Yes.
solution, so.
With similar,
But at the same
guidelines.
time, if somebody's already built a round wheel, doesn't mean I have to build another one.
Yes.
I can use what's already there.
Thank you.
great. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. Van Kool. Do you know how long they're expecting our online presentation to take? That is.
They said an hour.
An hour, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify to be sure I was remembering correctly. So do we want to try to rush through number 4, you guys, or do we want to take a quick break, gather our food to get in front of the camera, in front of the screen? hopefully it's here soon. Okay. Okay, so we are going to take a break, and I'm going to say 1:10 that we will get back, because then we have a minute to freshen up between the video that we will be attending, and so we are on break for our next piece.
Well, once you saw the lineup, you might.
Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to call our meeting back to order for Committee of the Whole. And we're gonna pick up where we left off with Mr. Zier presenting some more discussion points around our governance model.
Excellent, thank you for that. So I believe that we left off discussing item 3 there, which was the, pull it up in front of me. Item 3.4 with the formalized process. So now we're on to the Committee of the Whole section of the questions here. So this question really does revolve around our Committee of the Whole, where we sit right now. The intent of this meeting, looking at how council may view the information that's brought up this meeting. Do you feel it's serving its purpose? Do you feel that there could be changes to it? How we kind of approach these meetings as administration is this is our opportunity to bring forward new ideas, new projects, have a little more deeper conversation than we may at council, knowing that there is no approval authority through this committee, but just to potentially drill down into the details, really looking at if there's any redirections the council or the committee recommends the council for it. That's kind of the whole idea behind these committee meetings. You'll see that we bring more often than not policies in front of this committee before we actually bring them to council, just so we kind of, because these meetings are televised and minutes are taken, are recorded and minutes taken, there is an opportunity for the public to also receive the feedback that these are all in public format as well. So I think this is a really good opportunity for the committee to get deeper into these conversations. Just kind of seeing what the feeling of council is on these meetings. Would you like to, well, obviously continue them right now, but then would you like them to be a little more focused on certain areas? I mentioned earlier that we are looking at bringing a little bit more, what we call storytelling, to council of the committee to kind of identify what projects we may see coming forward, kind of give an overview of what our departments are doing in the field, challenges that are faced, that sort of thing.
I really look forward to more storytelling. I think that's fantastic. When it comes to delegations to Committee of the Whole meetings, I think it's great to do that where possible, but I think sometimes the delegations become so prepared and wanting to hear feedback, and I'm hesitant for some of those topics to wait to give them feedback to council meeting. But there's plenty of them that were just informative and great. So when it's not, I think of Mr. Nemi when he came. That was something he just wanted to present. We didn't have any formal business that had to arise out of that urgently. That would, to me, be very appropriate as a committee of whole. When we were making a decision on something and the wind people came, maybe it's more appropriate to keep it in a council meeting because they want that formal context for what they were bringing, because it affects a decision we're making, a very specific decision. What does the rest of council think?
To me, it's all or none. And you take an example the other day when the Hesketh group came, and we have to follow up with it later on. So the context was earlier on, and then it was follow up. Whereas if we were making a decision, just the decision at council, well, then we might get a lot of questions. Well, what was that presentation? You know what? That's just my feeling, all or none.
Councillor Christie.
Well, I think for me, the delegations come and they expect an answer somewhat timely. And like Deb said, if the conversation's in that meeting, whoever's watching understands why we made a decision or why we didn't make the decision.
Like, I don't want to pick or choose which ones should be the cow and which ones should be at a council. is what I'm saying. So-
Yep. Anyone else with some thoughts around it? Mr. Hogan? Gannon? Sorry.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I think one of the reasons why this was brought up is that we did have certain circumstances there because we normally have brought those delegations in front of council, regular council meetings, that it really removed the opportunity for council to make decisions about municipal operation items that needed to be actioned, or and sometimes that really prevents us and also compounds our opportunity downstream if those conversations can't have or postpone it to the next meeting. This year in circumstance, we had one item that was actually postponed, I think 2 or 3 times before we could actually action those items. So when you look at that consideration, look, I do understand that maybe it might be all or none, but there might be a point that if there is an ask, maybe it's brought forward to council, but if it's just for information, that it goes to the committee of whole, there could be that type of scenario. But it does, as far as operation of having enough time with council to bring up things that have been council concerns, policies, and different things, could really extend the day or prolong it where we have to play leapfrog on different agenda items for future sessions.
Reeve King?
I never have anything to say.
Okay.
I think I would agree, with the gist of what Mr. Gannon said. If someone's coming here just to make a presentation and to provide us with information, perhaps committee of the whole is there. And if they're coming to make a request of council, then council meeting is probably the appropriate place. And it's a matter of managing how many on what day is probably more critical for me. Sometimes we just had a recent occurrence where it was very disruptive to the council and the process. So we're in and out and in and out. And so if we have a better idea of the timing of that presentation, maybe we need to schedule them tighter rather than more loose. So if, let's say there was 2 groups coming and they were going to make a request of council, what we could do is schedule one at 9 and one at 9:15. And then that way they're in and out of here. We break once for delegations and then we're done. We come back to that later in the meeting. Right now we're scheduling with a fair amount of time in between. And I know if we schedule them every 15 minutes, probably we're going to go over that 15 minutes, but so be it. And with apologies to whoever the second one is, they might have to wait a little bit to make a presentation to council. But I think the ones who have a request should be in a council meeting. The ones who are just coming here to provide us with information, I have no problem with them being in a committee of the whole. They're talking to all of council just like they would if they were in a council meeting. So, and if they're not asking for a decision from us, do they need to be in a council meeting? So administratively, you can look at who's coming and why, and I think administration could make a decision whether that should be at a committee of the whole or it should be at an actual council meeting.
And I'm fine, just to follow up with my comment, I'm fine with that if we know for sure if it is, they're informing us of something or if they're requesting, if it's very clear, I have no problems with that.
Do we know generally, Carolyn, they have to fill out that delegation application, and so their intent is supposed to be clear, right?
Yeah, that is true. But they also, I'm dealing with people on their timelines too, and when they can present, especially with organizations, sometimes they're busy and they can't come on a committee of the whole day, because you do offer that option, but they always seem to choose the council meeting days. So you're dealing with that as well. So I know they're wanting to become a delegation to council. They want to present something to you, and they should be approachable and have the time, but sometimes their timelines don't match up to ours. Like Stars, for instance, I mean, she's going to how many municipalities in a month, and she's got like her timeline set, so sometimes it's hard for committees to come on a committee of the whole day. So I give them the options of when our next council meetings are, and then let them kind of decide. But if there is like too many, then I push it to the next one as much as I can.
Well, and sometimes I wonder too, like, Stars is a great example. For me, that is clearly a committee of the whole report. It's not a governance, it's not influencing governance dramatically in any way. It's just really nice information to have to help us make our decisions. But do we have to have the presentation every year? If you can't make our dates work, well, maybe once in a while you miss us.
Yeah, but they usually are requesting something from us as well, so.
Yeah, that's true. They are.
Yeah,
It
it's
is, yeah.
everything is every delegation is always different.
Yeah, you're right.
Sometimes we have delegations that our administration is asking, and they get more than the 15 minutes requested as well. So then it's hard to organize sometimes the agenda. You're going back and forth.
Thoughts? Councillor Cunningham?
So what I'm hearing is this is just all very complicated, so I don't know what the answer would be. So, yeah, I mean, in theory, it would be nice if they all just came to committee of the whole and we had them all here for that. But then there, like you say, with Stars, I mean, there was a request for funding there, right? So, sorry, I have no answer for you on that one. But I hear what the Reeve was saying and what Mr. Gannon was saying, that, you know, the one day we did have a large amount of delegations, and then I did feel bad for administration because, you know, they kind of hang around waiting, and I do know there, excuse me, there was one time when I got put off to another day, and I know that must be frustrating for administration. So that's my long answer to say I have no idea what the best thing to do would be, but I do have to say I like your idea of storytelling, and even today with the business continuity plan and the joint forces operation, just really enjoyed that presentation, and it was nice to see Ms. Hay as well, like see people that, you know, sometimes we don't get the opportunity to engage with. So, yeah.
So do what you want. No.
No, and I think that's really good information. Like you say, I personally agree with delegations. If there is an ask, likely it's almost, well, I say expectation, but it is nice to have that dealt with the same meeting, so you're not trying to if it ends up being a month later, trying to remember what the conversation was, what the ask was. So I fully personally agree with that being on the council agenda for delegations with asks. If there is information pieces only, that could be steered to committee of the wholes. I think it might just be on maybe more on administration side to, like mentioned, close the gap on some of them if there's multiple, or push them to separate meetings just so that we can really focus on streamlining and making these as efficient as we can, because it is taking up a lot of council's time, regardless of administration. It's taking up a lot of council's time and discussion areas there. So yeah, I think if the consensus is kind of that's an approach we can at least go forward with and see if we can write that into the document, specific wording around timing between, maybe we have a maximum per meeting, that sort of thing. Just kind of those parameters, just to give a little bit of guidelines to this, so it also holds our delegations accountable for this as well. So,
Reeve King.
I guess the bottom line is people need to be heard.
Yeah.
We need to provide the opportunity. And so how do we balance that?
Right.
Maybe I just have to be much tougher on the 15-minute window. But at the same time, we often are the cause for why that gets extended, because we ask a bunch of questions that extends beyond our, and so we try to be as flexible as possible. Maybe it's more about scheduling and numbers, and this last one where we had that closed session to begin and then we extended the closed session, and I mean, I feel very uncomfortable in that environment. You start a council meeting, go immediately into closed session, you extend that closed session for a lengthy period of time. I'm very uncomfortable with that. I think that the transparency and openness that we need to maintain as a council doesn't show well in a meeting like that. And so I knew why we were doing it, and I totally understand that, but it doesn't make me comfortable with that process. So.
Good. Okay, next topic.
Excellent, thanks so much. The next ones here, both 5 and 6, are check-ins, both administration and council check-ins. So these are really just kind of looking at, the meetings are 2 times a week, 2 times a month for council meetings, with a committee in between those. Just seeing if council is open to the idea of having more regular check-ins with each other on this. And really, I get to that point, what level of formalization would that be? Just kind of throughout the weeks as we go forward, is there a need, is there a desire for any of this? Or do you feel like the scheduling that we have meets the needs for council?
My first reaction has been, I've kind of contemplated whether this was something to suggest for a while, actually, is, and I'm hesitant too, because sometimes we have meetings that are so long, that certainly isn't it, but when we have, especially committee of the whole meetings that are done relatively early in the day, could we not even just plan for a half-hour information day that might include check-ins? So it might be just an opportunity for council conversation around the current issue on our plate, which might include check-ins. Could that be part of what we expect to do after every town meeting? So then, when there's an opportunity, and so it might take us 10 minutes, some cow meetings, because there aren't topics that are particularly of concern. But if we just, as a council, say, every cow meeting, if we're done before 3 o'clock, we're staying for another half hour just to have a conversation. And then we can make a request of specific topics if ever we need to. Could we talk more about how to deal with being offside in a council meeting, if that was something that was current? Yeah. Councilor Cunningham.
So for me, for number 5, for the council check-ins, I personally wouldn't be in favor of it being part of the governance model. I think right there it says it's a council check-in, so I wouldn't want to determine what the next council, what that frequency would be for them, right? I think it's something that each council should determine themselves, and I just don't really see it part as a governance model. I mean, we, like you just mentioned, Deputy Reed, like maybe there's something that comes up that us as a group decide that we need to have a check-in about, but maybe 4 months goes by, like so. And I think every council would be different, so I just personally just don't see that it forms part of the governance model myself.
Reeve King.
So council and administration check-ins were both things that Mr. Cuff talked about in his presentation. And he really encouraged council check-ins and, you know, that conversation with administration to be scheduled, just so it's not all of a sudden we have a problem and it feels like we're dealing with a problem all the time. So the tone of a council check-in becomes aggressive, or whatever the word might be, whereas if it's just a conversation that says, you know, how do you feel things are going? Is there a concern that you have? And we do that regularly, then that takes away that, uh-oh, now we are gonna have a council check-in, right? And if they're scheduled, then that way, if there's nothing that needs to be addressed, we say, is there anything that we need to talk about? Nope, we're gone. We don't have to sit here for half an hour and have a conversation. But I would find it good as well to have an opportunity for administration just to sit and say, you know, we're just, you have the opportunity with RFDs, but maybe you want to just have a casual conversation and say whatever. So can we schedule those? Yeah, I think we could. What kind of frequency? I have no idea. I actually would like a council check-in once a month. Just that conversation that says, is there anything that we need to address? No? Okay, we're done. That simple. If there is, let's address it, right? And be done with it, move on. And to me, the advantage of a scheduled one is it does take out that, okay, mom and dad want to talk to me, I gotta go into the living room or behind the barn with dad and we're gonna have this conversation, a difficult conversation. Whereas if they're scheduled and they're regular, then it's just like, is there something we need to address? No? Good, we're done. So that's my feeling. Sitting in the Reeves chair, I hate to have to call a council check-in. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the person who has to do that. So if it's scheduled, that makes the Reeves job, whether it's me or whoever's sitting in that chair, way easier.
I've put some thought into this quite a bit, actually, and I think maybe using council check-in is, maybe we could even find a different title. I don't believe, because we've associated check-in with, okay, there's a crisis, we have to have a conversation. I think what I want to see check-in to be is we all share one celebration of the month and one learning that we need or would like, or has happened. So in that, I might say, I learned that I interrupt a lot. I apologize that I've been doing that, and we could have a conversation about it. It might be that I learned when so-and-so does X, it presses my buttons. I just want to talk about that for a minute. So that the context is never about there's a crisis, we have to have a hard conversation. A check-in should be about celebrating first, with opportunity to talk about anything that needs to be learned. The whole context is the point, in my opinion. And if we do that regularly, it becomes just part of caring for each other and part of building good team, as opposed to check-in has this connotation that there's a problem. And I think that's destructive. It should be that we're constantly wanting to build team, and building team celebrates first. Councilor Christie.
I guess my gut feel when I saw this was, for sure there should be quarterly for me. Sound communication is extremely valuable. If it's not spur of the moment, it gives you somewhat of a direction that you know it's coming. And it doesn't, the emotion is out of that, I think. And communication, sound communication gets rid of a lot of emotion.
Any other thoughts? Did we give you enough feedback? You're saying, okay, now what do you guys really want us to do about this? You didn't really get too clear. Mr. Gannon.
Sorry, I have a little bit of a mess beside me. It takes a while for me to hit my speaker. Through the conversation that council had, I guess what I'm really trying to establish, and I think where I'm not struggling with, but want to ensure that we're getting accurate, is the word check-in. I think we're maybe struggling with the purpose of the meeting. And could you give us a defining, maybe understanding of what you see as the purpose for the meeting? Is it just to establish a health check? Is it really seeing, like, are we doing good as a council? Is it to discuss certain items, the problems that you're facing? Like, what is the intended purpose that council sees for this these individual check-ins? Should it be with council or the CAO or with the directors? So if we look at the purpose of what you're trying to drive, maybe we could come up with some solutions in the background to really give some options when we bring this back to council for review.
So for me, it goes back to workplace culture. And for me, it's about finding a way that we are all going to be 7 extremely different personalities around this table with very different perceptions at time, but we can do that. And we can be a defenseman plays defense and a forward plays forward, and they know their jobs and that's that, and they get along. And even though they sabotage each other occasionally by faulty play, it's still, when they sit down, they're a team. And so I would like to use it as the purpose for maintaining a healthy team. And you are, then administration is also part of that healthy team by extension. And so there needs to be that opportunity. And I don't think it needs, for me, I'd like to see every cow to be about council and then every other to have administration included. That's how I've been thinking about it for quite some time, to be honest. Councillor Cunningham.
So to me, 5 and 6 are two very different things. So council check-in to me is just council. I don't think that administration has a role to play in the council check-ins. That's what number 6 is for. The old social worker in me always, and the way I dealt with my family was, I wouldn't schedule a quarterly check-in with my family. My door would always be open. Come anytime. Do you have a problem today? Let's talk about it today. Let's not wait till the 3rd Tuesday in May to discuss it. So I guess I just need a little bit more clarification. If we're gonna have those scheduled meetings, is it still an open door to talk about things before? Because sometimes I find if you wait, then they're just gonna fester, right? So I guess, or is it just as simple as the Reeve sends an email out and says, how's everybody doing? Is it time to get together? Like I guess I'm just would want a little bit of clarity about that, how that would work. Are we waiting for that, whatever that 3rd Tuesday is, or do we bring issues up as they come, or how?
We never should wait. It's my opinion. They should come up as they come. And that's where I see calling them as they come becoming more problematic, because now we're calling only for a specific reason, which makes it elevated just by the fact that we called it. Whereas when issues come up, let's just have a conversation. What I would prefer, that's why I don't like the word check-in, I would prefer that we regularly at COW set aside a half hour for team communication. Maybe it's team building activity, maybe it's sharing what we learned, celebrating, those types of things, but things about working together as unit, that is cohesive unit, that, so it's not about what's wrong. What's wrong should be brought up when it's happening. So that's where my philosophy isn't coinciding to what we typically know of as a check-in. Does that make, did I explain myself well enough? Councilor Cunningham? Yeah, okay. I think we get so lost in the business, in the polarizing points of view that sometimes happen in business, that we just want to get out of here. And I want to build a culture in the future where we know we can be very polarized about the business, but we can sit here and have a cup of tea for a half hour as 7 people.
So through the chair, I could clarify just what our intent with these check-ins was. What has mostly been talked about around the table here is is those not necessarily on the agenda topics here, things that we hear from our ratepayers. Sorry, I'm talking if you're council, because I agree that administration has no part in the council discussion here, including the CAO. I think the council as a body needs to collectively sit periodically, if it's once a month, which may work, every 2 months, and actually just have that temperature check with conversations around what they're hearing in their divisions. I think that that is beneficial on a lot of different levels for building relationships, for understanding others' challenges, that sort of thing. The other side of it is the administration CAO council check-in to make sure that we're meeting everything that your expectations of the administration is, as far as going forward with projects or alignment. We'll talk about strategic plan here in a minute. Making sure we're meeting everything that you as a collective body want to see the administration in your term. So I think that's the review of how we approach this when we presented it as, well, when George presented it, but how we align it with his discussion is, that's where we see a benefit in having these discussions. How council wants to approach that is entirely up to you.
Reeve King.
My last comment, I guess, on this one is I really don't want to be responsible for scheduling check-ins, and so that's why I'd really like to have them scheduled. I think the kinds of things that I see us addressing in it is just, how's it going? You know, how are things with the, and this is within council, how are things with Mike and this senior management team? Are there problems that are occurring for an individual councillor or us as council as a whole? Do you find the workload that you're carrying as a councillor is too much? Is there areas that we can help each other manage the areas of responsibility that we've been given? Tell the Reeve and the Deputy Reeve if we're not doing what needs to be done in one way or another, and just for us to be able to be on the same page. That's kind of where I see it coming. And then, as far as I'm concerned, that will there sort of sidestep the possibility of having to have one of those difficult conversations around, you know, something that needs to be addressed. If we're constantly in that conversation, then I don't see us running into those situations where we have an uncomfortable conversation. So to me, like I said, I don't want to have to schedule them. I don't want to be the one that has to call them. I just think that we need to have them. And if they're every 2 months, I'm fine with that. If it's every month, I'm fine with that. If there's an issue that comes up and there's a counselor who wants to call one outside of whatever the schedule is, not just the Reeve, but a counselor wanted to say we need to have a conversation, then we just do it. But if we have it so it's an accepted practice, then it becomes a much friendlier process than if it's not. So those are my last comments. I won't touch that one again.
So I hear that's a good way to support our Reeve. Okay, so I would prefer them scheduled as well. I just think it's a good preventive measure and it's a team building measure. It's not. Anyone really uncomfortable with the idea of them being scheduled for council specifically?
I'm good with scheduled meetings, and at the same time, if something's a burning issue, then we need to deal with it while it's there. But to have a scheduled meeting, I'm good with that. And I appreciate Ken's comments about takes the pressure off why we're having that meeting.
Yeah.
It's a discussion, you're not defensive at that point.
Exactly. Anyone else? Okay, so when it comes now to administration, is that as we need it, or do we want to set that as a regular time too? Any comments?
I think that's up to them to tell.
I personally think it's up to administration to tell us if they feel there's a need for that and if they want it scheduled or not. And it can be as simple as whatever, but I feel like Mr. Hogan and our senior leadership team have been pretty good about keeping us in the loop on things that they feel we need to know about. And so if that's a feeling that administration has, that they would desire to have an opportunity to do that type of thing with council, then I think it's a matter of, yeah, let's ask for it. Just ask for it.
Any other thoughts? Agree, disagree? You're good? Councillor Christie?
I appreciate where we are now, where I believe that the discussion is open to any of the directors with the blessing of the CEO, if that's what we desire. I appreciate the communication we have between the directors and ourselves. I think there's value to have a check-in there at times, but I agree with Ken where it could be administration deciding when that should be. Provided we're all on the same page, I think we're fine.
Councillor Cunningham, are you in agreement with just doing it as we see, as something comes up for administration council?
So I guess I would just ask how would we discern between that and the council check-in? Like if we want to have regular council ones, would it not make sense to have the same for administration, or we just want to do it as things come up? So different from the way we're going to do council check-ins.
I guess in my comment when I said they should just ask for it is if we're going to create this governance model and administration feels they want regular check-ins with council, then I expect to see an ask of administration of us in the governance model to schedule regular check-ins. So I can't, from my point of view, the information flow that I'm getting right now is good. If administration feels there's a way to strengthen that, it's outside of a council meeting. It's council's adjourned. We're going to have a little talk, a little conversation. If those want it to be scheduled regularly, I'm 100% behind that. I just find it's way more awkward within council itself to try to schedule a check-in. So that's why I'm like, okay, but if Mike was at the start of the meeting was to say to us before we get going today, I'd like a half an hour at the end of the meeting, I'd say fine, no problem. But if administratively, senior leadership and our CAO decide that they would like to have an opportunity to have a casual conversation once a month or whatever, then in the model as we develop, just ask for it. And then we know that council's adjourned on XY, day, there's going to be a check-in with administration, and that's outside of the council meeting, and it's just a conversation. So that's why I said, if you feel they're really important, I think it's important, but if administration really wants that, let's formalize it. And so ask us. Can't say no if you don't ask.
We're all on the same page? Okay, on to number 7.
Excellent, thank you for that. Next topic we're going to touch on is the biweekly briefing. So this is the council report that's sent out twice weekly, every 2 weeks, biweekly. Just like it says right there. How many days? Yeah. Just kind of touching on this to see if council, we try and update every department there and just where projects are at, what different departments are facing right now, planning if there's applications coming in. Just a high-level review. Just seeing if council is comfortable with that level of detail right now, and do you see any improvements that you'd like to see in that?
Councillor Penner.
I really enjoy what I get, and that's fine every 2 weeks. It's just enough, we're not getting in the weeds, but you're just giving us enough detail when we'll get the odd call or see something as we're driving by. So I'm really happy with what we're getting right now.
I consider it part of orientation almost, because I get more familiar with what we do as a county. And I think that's great information just in that context as well. Any comments, Councillor Christie?
I appreciate the reports very much. The other question I have is, do you share that with the other departments so that all the departments know what the other guys are doing?
Yes. Through the chair, that report is put on the Teams page there, so every staff member has a ability to view it.
Nice.
Yeah, and actually, a lot of our staff find out about other departments as well on the projects that we're doing, so it's all good information. You'll see we're starting to put more and more pictures in there, just kind of visualize these things. They're easy to talk about, but picture says 1,000 words, so trying to help inform council as much as we can on these things.
Councillor Cunningham, what's your feedback on the parts? Perfect, good. All right, that was easy.
Awesome. Thank you. Next topic here is strategic planning. So just a reminder, strategic plan is put forward on a 4-year cycle here. What we've done in the past, at least the last time, was a few weeks after council is elected, we gather together. You had a facilitator in the past kind of bring forward over a couple of days council's priorities, their ultimate, what they want to see happen over the next 4 years, where they want really the focus to be on for the election there. I believe we were anticipating the same kind of structure this year, but we just wanted to see if there's any different approaches that you've seen. Maybe you've talked to colleagues and they've done something different that you want to try out here, so.
I unfortunately didn't attend personally. I think I had COVID, so I had to do it online. And so I was in and out at times as well. So to get a feel of the whole process, I can't really speak to it. What I missed, maybe just because of where the role I had to play then, or because this is something food for thought, I do think there needs to be a portion of it where it is just leadership team, CAO, and council. I appreciate the information from beyond that we had. I think that's very, very valuable. But I think there needs a period of time where we are talking just primarily as a council, and your guys are there to back us up so that we can have just our own feel as a group. Missed it, but I really think there's a lot of value in just the 7 of us having a conversation with you guys on the sidelines to back us up if we need you, but not extending beyond the leadership team. Not for the whole time, though. The way you had everyone be part of it, for part of it, was really valuable.
Yeah, so even through the chair, for that approach, we could look at, with a facilitator, even holding a session here, if we end up going off-site to do the full review, but we could hold a session here multiple days where we can have the staff, different level of involvement throughout it, to see, again, what they're seeing out in the field and where maybe aligns with council direction as well, so.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. Every community I've been to, as far as strat plans, all have done it differently. So it's really finding what that fix is for Kneehill County and the uniqueness that makes Kneehill County. There are some structured items that you can contemplate. Like I do appreciate the comment of, looking at having those conversations with the senior leadership team and really looking at that visionary focus or what that looks like and how that process can move forward. Some communities choose to use a contractor, others don't. It depends on a lot of different parameters and factors. The most important thing, I think, in a strat plan is information sharing, is being able to provide field level information to council through different parameters of that exploration to ensure that you're getting the information of the current status and the really looking at what the last strat plan intent was. Because to drastically change one strat plan to another that doesn't align, things are still moving in the background to align with the current strat plan, and significantly changing that could really change a lot of parameters, culture, things like that, that you look at moving forward. So understanding that alignment or that change is very important. So how you want this to move forward is really up to you. It's your plan, and how you feel that information could be gathered or what the best circumstances of pulling that information. It's to understand, like Mr. Hogan mentioned here within the question, is that how often should it be reviewed and updated to understand that altering it year to year, given the future focus, right? What are some fundamental changes you'd like to see? What are some wording? Where do you want to see the organization go? So when we look at the question that's being asked, are there some changes with your understanding from the process you went through that you'd like to see? But also, how often would you like it reviewed after the first year of your term? Every term? What does that look like? Like, when do you think it's sufficient for you to have enough information to really put your vision, understanding the documents that are at hand, all the tools that are available to really make that good opportunity to create a strat plan that you can really sink your teeth into, that you believe in as a council?
Reeve King.
So my thought is that I did appreciate the process that we used last time, and I did appreciate the amount of information that we got from the various departments, and I really firmly believe that a strat plan needs to be probably generated mainly from council and senior leadership. And I think not too long after a council's in place, should they have a first go at a strat plan. And I think it would be probably reasonable to consider just a review of that strat plan after year one. And then just to confirm that's council's strong direction. And then I think you leave it alone for the rest of that council term. I don't see a lot of big revision happening after that first year, but it just, if somebody's new on council and unfamiliar with the process, there might be something that in that process where they go, if I had given that more thought, or I had been more familiar with that process, I might have done something differently, or felt that we should go in a slightly different direction. And so that first year on council, I know you're swimming upstream and there's so much information coming at you, but there might be something after year one where you go, I'd really like to look at it again, and maybe we just need to tweak something. So I think it's important that council set a vision for the 4 years that they're going to be here, that they have an opportunity to look at that year one, maybe. And then after that, I mean, we run with it for the 3 years after that first year. But we run with it from year one, but I mean, we just have a chance to look at it. I don't know, like, to me, the process that we went through last time, I liked the amount of information that was fed to us as we were, to help us as we were trying to make that strat plan. I felt, and I felt there was maybe a little bit of dilution in terms of what council might have been thinking with the amount of staff involvement that stayed right through to the very end of that process.
Councilor Christie.
Okay, so I missed strat planning this session, and I still miss it. I think it's valuable to have it after the first budget's built, because all of us, that's a huge learning curve by itself. but it wakes you up to say, this is how big this is, and strat planning is important, and I think a review a year later would be very, very valuable, but for sure, I missed strat planning in this session because I was away, and every once in a while, it's a check for me to say, where were you, why are we here? So, I mean, that whole conversation I missed, and it's fundamental, so.
So, I should give the other two of you to speak before I add. Sorry, I got off track for a minute.
So would you have the same facilitator come back? I would be all for it, after the first year. Because they heard us the first time in discussing it. And so they just go for a quick little review of it and how we said it. Like, when it was overwhelming the first term for me, there was 5 new ones and 2 returning. And to develop this strat plan, whereas it was more comfortable on the second one than the first one. And that could happen again here. And so that check-in a year later would have been very valuable for us in first term. I'm not saying we did anything wrong, hugely or anything, but so I would be all in favor of having the same facilitator just come back, even if it's only for a couple of hours to, what are you feeling? So like, it was a great idea, Reeve King.
Councillor Cunningham.
So yeah, I would just echo the previous comments. I agree on that. It is a living, breathing document, and I think there is some flexibility within the strat plan, but yeah, it's certainly not something we want to be changing, every 6 months, but I like the idea of a year, checking in on it, 100% agree. I know with Kneehill Housing, we're currently working on our strategic plan, and so I know Councillor Phobes, being the chair of Kneehill Housing, recently took strat planning training over again at RMA just for a refresher, and I think that that was really helpful as well. So to be able to have that opportunity maybe to do the strat planning, have that training in strat planning through the education program, and then kind of revisit it again a year later, I think would be really helpful. So it is a little bit, it's different, but it's similar to the land use bylaw. Like, we did open that up, in this past term because there's just some circumstances changed. So I think we always have to be open to that. But yeah, it's certainly not something we want to be changing too frequently.
Thank you. I think when Mr. Gannon asked what is our purpose or intent for the plan, I think the information sharing is to help us with the plan. For me, this is a council vision. And so the information is to help us understand where we're at so that we can better form our vision and our mission and our values, but it is not the intent. The intent is to know, what do we as a group of 7 people as council see Kneehill County being? And so that's why I value that time with just the 7 plus CAO or leadership team, because for me that's the overall purpose. And I really, information sharing is the tools we need to do that purpose. That's just my perspective, but I really like the suggestion that maybe we have a review of what strategic planning is before we actually go into a paid session. That's a fabulous suggestion, especially, you never know, you might get 7 brand new people. Probably not, but anyhow, we need to consider that kind of thing when we write this up. If we had just the same of us here, we would write it differently, right? So. I have a question that is not really covered in this. Oh, never mind, it might be in number 9.
Great. Okay, so I'll just, if we're almost there. So just to recap on the strat planning, from what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, so we're looking at potentially bringing back a facilitator for this, looking at training beforehand for what strat planning is, and then potential some management staff through the initial stages, primarily SLT and then ultimately council for the final, looking at our existing plan right now, seeing what correlates with the vision of the new council, making sure if we're aligned on a lot of things, or if council is aligned with the previous strat plan, maybe it's an update of that rather than a full rework. If there's more review on that, then I think it really takes into, I would say starting from scratch, but really taking a deeper dive into the strat plan. So I think that's what we're going to suggest going forward here. If everyone sounds like everyone was pretty, the ones that were able to make it, pretty in favor of the process that happened last year, or last term, so.
Good.
Sounds good.
Great. Okay,
Very nice,
number
thank you.
9.
Awesome. So the number 9 is basically just looking at what we haven't talked about today. Is there any other topics? Is there anything that you see as we go forward? And it's not necessarily in the governance model particularly. It could be falling into any one of our other procedural or process documents. Just things that council would like to address while we're working on this document here. I know we talked about a lot of stuff already today, but if there's anything that's been on your mind.
Yeah. I was about to go there a few minutes ago. Now that it's the right time too, I will. And it's not strategic planning. I wouldn't think it even needs to be in the governance model, but I sometimes get down a philosophical path, and so pull me out of there if I get too far, please, people. I really would like to see more emphasis at the beginning of the year on what I kind of referred to before, as on building our culture and as a team, as a council. I think understanding who we are as a group of 7, getting to know each other as individual people, and those type of things is a huge help to, because I think what I've observed from some of my colleagues in other councils is sometimes the issues of the community become so polarizing that they forget that they're sitting down with 7 people who are all there for the same reason. They want to make their municipality better. And I would like to have an opportunity to just explore what that means for each other and how we connect together. It's clearly team building, philosophical, airy-fairy, sorry, outside of the...
I think we're busy that day, Wade.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but I don't think it has to be big, but I think there has to be an opportunity where that gets to happen right close to the beginning. If it's only about business, we have more opportunity for us to become more polarized, and what some communities are experiencing in those polarizing behaviors is very concerning, and I would like to be sure we can do whatever we can to prevent not going down that way, because once you're down there, it's hard to come back. I'd rather find a way to be a team first, and a team that knows how to disagree with each individual and be okay with that. So it doesn't mean let's all be happy and, you know, sing beautiful lullabies together. I don't mean that at all, but just understanding that we have a safe work environment around this table. Thank you. I need someone to say
I'm like,
something.
I'll jump.
Go ahead.
Never lack for words. So a couple things. Just curious, when do you folks have a goal or a target that you're hoping to have the governance model completed by?
Through the chair, I don't have an exact date on that. I think we're kind of gathering the information right now. I don't remember if we.
No,
talked
that's
about
fine.
dates.
No, just
Yeah,
curious.
sorry, I'm anticipating early summer, I think,
Yeah,
but
okay.
that's.
No, that's
kinda-
fine. And then
Just looking at the
yeah.
path we're going.
All good, all good. So this is just for me, and we've had some great conversations today, and then we had a little presentation outside of this at noon, and I just got a little bit more confused. So I think just to reiterate what I said earlier, my ability to garner information, like, because I'm hearing formal requests, I'm hearing notice of motions, could send emails, but maybe it's by text. I guess I just want to be, and perhaps this is where the Redger model comes in, just to be very clear on how I receive or request information. And I think that's just something for myself that I would like to be more clear on. So even after 3.5 years, I still struggle with that, I guess. And I get what I said earlier too, what information the public, I guess, what information they're, expected to have, or what maybe crosses that line. I would really like to be more clear on that. And then I think we've all kind of alluded to George Cuff today, and I had been looking through my notes, and he talked a lot about the tone and the tone of your municipal office, and he gave a couple examples of walking into a municipal office, and the first thing he saw was a sign that said, if you write an NSF check, this is going to happen. Like he said, we really just want to be very mindful of our tone in our offices. And so just one thing I would ask would be, if a ratepayer, a resident, or a member of our public walked into our office today, would there be anything to identify who directs governance in Kneehill County? That would just be a question I would pose to council and administration, and just, in reference to kind of what Mr. Cuff said.
Sorry, I don't understand your question. Can you say that again?
Well, I can give you an example. So we've talked a lot today about governance and our role. If a member, and this came up, I can't remember if it was a public hearing or what it was, there is nothing to identify who is a member of council in our administration office. And that was just something that Mr. Cuff, yes, yeah, so that's just something that Mr. Cuff had brought up, and just, it kind of, after being asked that by a member of the public, I think there was a group of people standing out there, and they mentioned that, and it wasn't something I had thought about, and then kind of forgot about it. And then when Mr. Cuff mentioned that, because we are placing,
You're looking for, sorry, Laurie, finish your thought.
Oh, well, we're just talking so much about governance and what our role is, and I just thought it was an interesting comment that came from the public, and then just when Mr. Cuff talked about that, it was just something that kind of sparked that with me again, that had been brought up.
Go ahead.
So I'm looking for clarity more than anything. So aren't we Rogues Gallery published on the wall out there? Not anymore? How come? How come we did that? We didn't do that.
So
We used to be.
So if you walked in here from another community, you would not know who's on council from.
Oh, that's strange, because I always thought it was out there. Me too. Yeah. Do we know why it disappeared? Because the dinosaur bone got put there? And we didn't want to be seen as a bunch of dinosaurs? Or?
Yeah, don't want to be
Sorry,
associated with
I
dinosaurs.
realize we're online and I'm being a little sarcastic about it, but I think it's a good point that people should know who council is. And I know it's on our website, Connect with Council, right? But you're right, in terms of in the building here, does anything identify who council is? No. Okay, good, thank you.
And unfortunately, from my perspective, with 6 months left, I wouldn't want anybody to go through the time or effort or even the financial component to have it done now, because we're so close to being done.
Yeah, but for next time.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair, on to the conversation of who is council, and being able to portray that proudly in our front office to look at it. I can articulate that the dinosaur bone was not replacing a councillor, so I want to make sure that everybody is aware of that.
Gossip is out there.
However, there was some renovations that were done there, so we can verify if that happened during renovations, and should it be something that needs to be corrected. I don't think it really needs to be in the governance model. Is that something what we want to do? I think that we display it, and I think that's an easy fix. We just find the place for it and be able to articulate that. At any time, we do have documents that we can provide them that really articulate who the councils are and which division, and we do provide that should we be asked. But I do understand the sentiment of being visible, being presentable, and understand who your governance members are that make decisions on behalf of the members of Kneehill County. So we can look into that for council.
Thank you. I appreciate all what you have said, except to disagree with a small piece. I think it should be in the governance model that we are posted in the entry. I think it's just good governance.
So procedure and governance are two different things. So the fact that we're posted in the front office, that's a policy maybe that we just have, but governance model is around how we operate as a council and how we make decisions, not where we're posted on the wall. So I think there's some clarity around organizationally, how we want to identify who council are and how they're made available for the public to know and see. But in terms of governance, governance is about how, as a council, we are going to operate together and how we make decisions. And so Councillor Cunningham's questions around how do I get the information I need? How do I help ratepayers find that information? That's what goes into our governance model, is the processes. Awareness and some of the stuff that you're talking about, you know, culture and team building, that's in orientation. And that's a process I would hope we strive to do throughout a term rather than once, right? And so I think we're kind of blurring, we're dealing with a number of different things in this conversation today that kind of blurs it a little bit, but really when Councillor Cunningham was talking about wanting to understand how the processes work and how she as a councillor could be more effective, or myself as a councillor could be more effective at helping my ratepayers, you know, to get involved in the decision making and have their questions answered. That's what we're talking about in the governance side of things. And I totally get where you're coming from when you sit here and you say 3 years in or whatever, I'm still struggling with some of those things. And part of that is a failure on our part as a council to recognize that and help you get past some of those things, or get you answers sooner, right? That's on us as well. And so I acknowledge that and I recognize that, and I appreciate that you brought it out today very much. So thank you.
I certainly didn't think the philosophical piece that I offered was about governance. When you said, is there anything about governance or anything else? This is the and anything else, just so you know that I understood that piece. Thank you for the clarity around the processes. For me, I'm still wrapping my head around what you said when it comes to posting the picture. So yeah, the process that the picture needs to be put out by X day and when the front entry, blah, blah, that's a procedure. But for me, the first piece of information my ratepayer should have about governance is who is the governance.
See that? Oh, sorry.
Excuse me. So that ends up in our strategic plan, I think. When we're talking about opency and transparency, it's about communicating who council is and who is the governance level of Kneehill County. That goes into a strategic plan about helping the public understand where the decisions are made and being clear in that communication. To me, that's part of the openness and transparency that we talk about in the strategic plan. And that's where we emphasize the importance of having the governance function of council be recognized. I don't know, maybe I'm way off, but that's kind of where I see it sitting.
I'm just trying to get the gray area clarified. Thank you. Any other comments? Any other matters for the governance model or otherwise? Are we at the end of this part of this conversation? Is what I want to say? Yeah? Well, then if so, I have to pull out the agenda to find out. Do you have anything else you want to add to what we just said?
No, I'm just going to close it off here with thank you, everybody, for your additions here. We're going to take the information back, like I say, hopefully we form it. This by no means is the end of the conversation, even on these topics. If hopefully this has spurred some more discussion and some more thought with council about how deep you would like to get into some things, clarification if you need on these. This has definitely become a regular topic at the next few council and committee meetings, just to make sure we're aligned on the same route before we bring it back for a draft. So thank
Love
you
it.
again.
Thank you. It was very opportune for us to be able to have this conversation, and we really appreciate the time you took to do that. And so we'll go take a peek back at our agenda, which is really fun to look at because number 3 is closed session, of which we don't have. And so that brings us to number 4, which I'm sure will bring some smiles because I'm going to have a coffee afterwards, so I can adjourn to go have a coffee. So I call the meeting closed.